Everybody ready?
No. Oh, you can read this.
All right.
She made a copy of the changes. Subs.
Good morning. We'll call the House Finance Committee to order, and I have to read a script. As Chair of the House Finance Committee, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with the governor's emergency order number 12, pursuant to Executive Order 2020 by the governor as a result of COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with the governor's emergency order pursuant to Executive Order 2020
Nancy, his mic is off. He's not coming through.
Getting a bit of a feedback loop here.
Nancy, his mic is off. He's not coming through.
Yeah, I see that. Getting a bit of a feedback loop here. You're getting some feedback loop. Yeah, I see that. You're getting some feedback loop. Yeah, I see that. You're getting some feedback loop.
All right, shall we start?
Yes, sir. I think you're all set.
Okay, good morning. Call the House Finance Committee meeting to order. And as Chair of the House Finance Committee, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with the governor's emergency order number 12, pursuant to the Executive Order 2020-04 as extended, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. There are several of us here in the room and the rest are electronic. Please note that there is no physical location to observe and then listen contemporaneously to this meeting, which was authorized pursuant to the governor's emergency order. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I'm confirming that we are A, providing public access to the meeting by telephone with additional access possibilities by video or other electronic means. We're utilizing Zoom video webinar for this remote meeting. All members of the committee and the staff of state agencies with agenda items have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through this platform, and the public has access to contemporaneously watch and or listen to the meeting on Zoom or photo, following the directions and links provided by the House calendar at http://gencourt.ncort.nh.us/house HOUSE/calendars/calendars/calendars/calendars/calendars/calendars/calendars/calendars/calendars/calendars/calendars/calendars/calendars/calendars/calendars/calendars/calendars/calendars/calendars/calendars/calendars/calendars/calendars space h.pdf, providing public notice of the necessary information for accessing the meeting. We previously gave notice to the public of the necessary information for accessing the meeting telephonically. Instructions have been provided in the House calendar. And C, providing a mechanism for the public to alert the public body during the meeting if there are problems with access. If anybody has a problem, please email lba_fiscal, FISCAL, at leg.state.nh.us. Adjourning the meeting of the public is if the public is unable to access the meeting. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. Let's start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there is anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to know law. Many of the members are here present in our meeting room. We'll ask for the roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Can you hear me?
Are you on? You gotta
Press
press
the-
blue. Right.
Representative Petrie, unmute yourself. Representative Petrie, unmute yourself. Representative Petrie, unmute yourself. Representative Petrie, unmute yourself.
Turn the other one on.
Right.
Right one.
Okay, can you hear me now? There we go. All right. We're gonna get some feedback. Representative Olber.
I'm in my home in Hudson and I have cats and a husband wandering about.
Can you hear me now? Representative Umberger. Representative Chirkoff for Danielson.
And I have cats and a husband wandering about.
Representative LaBerge.
President room, LOB 10 to 11.
Representative Petrie's here in 210-211. Representative Emmerich.
I'm in my home office alone in Hampton.
Thank you. Representative Burr. Representative Petrie is here in 210-211. Representative Emmerich.
I'm in my home office alone.
Thank you. Representative Griffin. Representative Doucette for Bean. Thank you. Representative Griffin. Representative Edwards.
I'm present in the.
Representative Lynn.
Present in the meeting room.
Representative Wallner. Representative Norgren. Representative Lynn. Representative Norgren. Representative Bucco. Representative Norgren. Representative Lynn. Representative Norgren. I could barely hear that. Okay, set me up.
Representative Weiler, would you like to recess this meeting for 5 minutes? Just give me a thumbs up. Representative Weiler, would you like to recess this meeting for 5 minutes? Give me a thumbs up. Okay, that's what we will do. We're going to pause recording. Go ahead, sir.
All right, we will now begin discussion on HB1. This-
We haven't, we've got to finish the roll.
All right, I understand we haven't finished the roll call, so we'll continue with the roll call till we get that finished.
Representative Bucco,
Going to do the bills first. Yeah, you're right. I think we have a replacement. I think we have a replacement. Is Representative Porter, are you replacing Representative Bucco?
No, I'm replacing Representative Murray.
That's right.
As chair of the House Finance Committee, I find that due to the state of the governor as a result of COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with the governor's emergency order number 12, pursuant to Executive Order 2020.
Oh, that's the recording. All right, I don't know where Representative Bucco is expected to be on remote, as is Representative Nordgren, who's going to expected to be late. So we'll go on with the rest and see if they show up. Representative Leishman, Representative Hatch. I've seen. Here. Very good.
Getting a bit of a feedback.
Representative Rogers.
I'm here in my apartment in Concord. No one is here but my dog and I.
Very good. Representative Waltz.
I am here in my home and I am alone.
Representative Heath is right
Mary
here.
Heath is here in the room, present.
Thank you. Representative Porter for Murray.
I'm here in my home in Hillsborough. My husband's in the house, but not in the room.
Very good. Representative Weiler. President in the committee room. Chairman, there are 20 people present for a quorum. Yes, I did, I believe. Yeah. Yeah, you were called. I got you. Okay. We have in the first part of our agenda is 10 bills, 9 of which were on retained status within their division. So the first group is from Division 1.
Electronically.
Representative Olber wishes to read them one by one and describe what they are and why they were retained.
Location to observe and
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The division unanimously retained all of these, and the reason was they all had money and should either be in the budget because we were doing budget deliberations or should be retained to work on later. In actual fact, 2 of the bills were put into the budget. We have HB 63 relative to the reversal of forgiveness for emergency order violations, HB 91 relative to death benefits of first responders who die from suicide, HB 41 establishing the office of the right to know ombudsman and making an appropriation thereof, HB 498 relative to the payment of bail commissioners, HB 536 relative to the death benefits for public works employees killed in the line of duty and relative to workers' compensation offsets for certain retirement system benefits. And finally, HB 591 relative to liquor license fees. As I said, the division unanimously voted to retain all of these. Nancy, did we lose the room?
What's going on? Yes, sir. We had 2 bills, HB 254 and HB 600. We retained unanimously HB 254. This is a bill relative to the placement of minors in secure settings. We rolled the language of 254 into HB 2, and we retained this one so that we could have further discussions on the Sununu Center. That's on retained. The other one we want to pass, so I won't discuss that now.
Hello?
seconds. The motion is to retain the 9 bills that just detailed. We'll ask the clerk to call the roll on your vote to retain. If you're in favor of retaining, you'll say yes. If you're opposed, you'll say no. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Chairman?
Someone had a question.
Yes,
Lynn.
Mr. Chairman, I do. I'm at home. I can hear nothing. You just said there's a roll call on something. I have no idea what. I've not been able to hear anybody speak since you asked me to read the names of the bills we retained.
Okay, I think I saw the yellow thing around your thing. I wonder if you had your mic on and that was blocking the
No,
voices?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have my mic on. I didn't. I had to turn it on to talk to you.
Okay, what we just did, and I think you have the agenda before you. After you read the bills from Division 1, Representative Umberger read the 2 bills from Division 2, and then Representative Edwards read 1 bill from Division 3, the other one we're going to get to now. So the motion was to retain those 9 bills. Can you hear me now?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I think perhaps Representative Umberger and Edwards either did not have their mics on or the mics weren't pulled close to them. We learned that when we were working in 202. You have to have the mic pretty close. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's about 2 inches. And for the last roll call, I see now we have Representative Bucco on. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you.
And the clerk will call a roll on the motion to retain 9 bills which have been further detailed.
Representative Ober.
I don't think she's hearing
She
you.
can't hear you.
She's muted.
No, I was muted.
Try pressing the blue.
Yes, I vote yes.
Representative Umberger.
Representative Umberger votes yes.
Representative Chirkoff for Danielson.
Representative Turcott votes yes.
Representative Thaburish.
Votes yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Representative Emmerich votes yes.
Representative Uriff.
Yes.
Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Doucette for Bean.
Yes.
Representative Lynn.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
Yes.
Representative Norgren. Representative Bucco.
Bucco votes yes.
Representative Leishman.
Yes.
Representative Hatch.
Yes.
Representative Rogers.
I'm voting yes, but I'm supposed to have my camera on, but it says the host will not let me turn my camera on, so.
We had, I think because we had problems that the host ended up muting a lot of mics and cameras. I see most of the cameras are muted at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Walsh.
I vote yes, but like Representative Rogers, my camera hasn't been working. It will not work.
Yeah, you know, we have this rule that says you have to be able to see your picture.
All right, Nancy, can you bring up the pictures as he calls the roll, because we have to be able to see that that's the person? I see Representative Walls now.
Representative Walls is on.
Okay,
Representative Heath.
Heath votes yes.
Representative Porter for Murray.
Representative Porter votes yes.
Representative Weiler.
yes.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 20 votes in the affirmative.
And the motion is adopted to retain the 9 bills. We'll now look at House Bill 600, and I'll call on Representative Edwards to explain the bill and also the amendment.
Should I first introduce it and then we discuss it?
Yes, you should.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we consider and approve an OTP with amendment for HB 600-FN. Second.
Okay, and Representative Erf seconds.
This bill is, it comes over from the Policy Committee, Health and Human Services, where they voted unanimously to change the way the department bills for a newborn screening test. Under their current procedures, they bill for a supply of paper. This bill directs the commissioner to change the way it gets billed so that it comes across as a diagnostic test. By making the change from a supply to a test, it will allow insurance companies to reimburse for the service, and this will create a new stream of income for the departments and birthing centers. The amendment changes the effective date from the original bill, which was 60 days. The amendment changes it to 120 days. 120 days was requested by the department, so they had an adequate amount of time to do the IT changes that would be required to support the new rule.
Thank you. I guess technically we have to vote on the amendment first. So if you would move the amendment, then we'll have a roll call vote on that.
I'm looking for the amendment number.
Representative Erf, if you would move the amendment, if you've got it handy.
I move we amend the bill with amendment number 0899H.
I'll second.
Motion and a second to adopt the amendment. The clerk will call the roll on adopting the amendment 09899H on House Bill 600. If you're in favor, you'll say yes. If you're opposed, you'll say no. Clerk will call the roll.
Representative Ober,
Yes.
Representative Umberger,
Yes.
Representative Cherkoff for Danielson,
Yes.
Representative Thurbush,
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich,
Yes.
Representative Erf,
Yes.
Representative Griffin,
Yes.
Representative Edwards,
Yes.
Representative Doucette for Bean,
Yes.
Representative Lynn,
Yes.
Representative Wallner,
Yes.
Representative Norgren, Representative Bucco,
Yes.
Representative Leishman, Representative Hatch,
Yes.
Representative Rogers,
Yes.
Representative Walls,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Heath votes yes.
Representative Porter for Murray,
Yes.
Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, there are 20 votes to the affirmative.
Okay, we have adopted the amendment. And now Representative Edwards moves that House Bill 600 ought to pass as amended with a second from Representative Erf. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion ought to pass as amended on House Bill 600.
Representative Ober,
Yes.
Representative Umberger,
Yes.
Representative Cherkoff,
Representative Turcotte votes yes.
Representative Thurbush,
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich,
Yes.
Representative Erf,
Yes.
Representative Griffin,
Yes.
Representative Edwards,
Yes.
Representative Doucette,
Yes.
Representative Lynn,
Yes.
Representative Wallner,
Yes.
Representative Bucco,
Yes.
Representative Leishman,
Yes.
Representative Hatch,
Yes.
Representative Rogers,
Yes.
Representative Walsh,
Yes.
Representative Heath,
Keith votes yes.
Representative Porter,
Yes.
Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 20 yays, no nays.
All right, we have adopted House Bill 600, ought to pass as amended. Thank you. All right. We will now begin discussion.
Ken, it's scheduled in the calendar for 10 o'clock. So we cannot start that until 10 o'clock.
All right, our discussion on HB 1 will begin at 10 o'clock as scheduled. So we'll take a break until then and hope everything is working. Thank you.
I'm sorry, but
And we'll ask everyone to please mute yourselves and stop your video. We will pause the recording until 10.
I'm not exactly.
Whenever you're ready.
Is the room muted?
There is one microphone active in the room.
Representative Weiler, we're not hearing you right now, so hang in there for 1 minute, okay?
All right. Is it working now?
Yes, we can hear you now, sir.
Thank you. All right. Committee is called back from recess at 10 o'clock meeting. We'll now begin our discussions of HB 1. This is the budget bill that appropriates the funds to run the state government for the 2 fiscal years beginning on July 1st, 2021 through June 30, 2023. These are fiscal years 2022 through 2023. The New Hampshire Constitution requires that all spending bills originate in the House of Representatives. The steps in this budget began last fall with the agencies submitting their proposals. These were reviewed by Administrative Services, then the Governor's Office. It's required that the Governor's proposal come to the House by February 15th. And about that same time, the House Committee on Ways and Means, the committee with the expertise on tax policy and revenues, gives an estimate on projected revenues for those 2 fiscal years. This sets the target for spending that we must not exceed. The legislative process requires that our actions result in legislation. Thus, the budget must be a bill that becomes law. It is traditionally HB 1, and the enabling legislation that sets the tax policy and any reorganization required is HB 2. As the finance chair, I sponsor both HB 1 and HB 2, and the 3 division chairs in our committees are co-sponsors. We rely on the accountants in Legislative Budget Assistant Office and the lawyers in the Office of Legislative Services to put these bills in the proper format. We only have about 5 weeks to review and balance the budget, so we divide the task into functional areas that our permanent subcommittees, which we call divisions 1, 2, and 3, will work on. You will hear from the chair of each division in turn as they explain their portion of the budget. The process from the House to the Senate to the governor is called appropriation, and is the spending authority for the government agencies. There are over 1,500 pages of accounting units or AUs with the line items for each unit in HB 1. HB 2 had 150 pages with over 200 separate articles. Many AUs or county units we found acceptable as filed. So we'll have a roll call after each division makes their presentation, and perhaps there might be amendments in there that we may have to do another roll call on as well. So we'll wait till each division has finished the briefing on their portion, and then we'll have the roll call vote. So I'll call upon Representative Ober, Chair of Division 1, to explain what Division 1, the sections they deal with and what they've done with the budget. Representative Ober.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the introduction. I'd like to start with a large thank you to the LBA staff who supported us. We have a huge work effort. If you look, our detailed change report is 9 pages long. HB2 amendment is another 93 pages. We had a tremendous effort on the part of Michael Hoffman, Nancy Levinas, plus Michael Kane and Christopher Shea. But we also had support from other committee members. Ways and Means had a number of sections that we were asked to deal with, plus added some more as we went along. eDNA helped out with some policy sections, help from Science and Tech, Environment and Agriculture, just almost too many people to name to thank everybody. The 7 members of our division worked very diligently. Last November, Ken Weiler and I attended 3 days of budget hearings in November. It was apparent to us that a number of agencies that Division 1 oversees would see and be facing significant layoffs unless there were changes in the budgets. However, those changes didn't come. 3 of our agencies were hit. Our agencies, Division 1 agencies, were hit very badly with more than 50 direct layoffs. The normal ploy in the budget is to unfund vacant positions. For example, there were 89 vacant positions in DES. There are hundreds of vacant positions in HHS. So normally what the governor does is unfund those rather than provide direct layoffs. This was a really hard situation for all the division members, and I think we probably were all having nightmares of hungry kids telling us that we laid off their parents. But together, we worked through all of this. So before we turn to the direct change report, let me give you a few highlights. Department of Admin Services is a central service agency. They do payroll, they do all kinds of things throughout state government. Maintenance of buildings, they're responsible. Contract bidding, they're responsible. They have a unit that does all of the insurances for all of the employees. They are absolutely critical to every agency. And you'll see that the division utilized savings from errata and insurance reallocation to restore 20 positions in this agency. We moved the appropriations to pay for the sheriff's transport and security prisoners out of the budget of DAS, where I don't believe it ever belonged, and into the judicial branch, which is allowed by state law. This also eased some of the problems that Representative Hatch and Representative Verge reported from the North Country and the North Country budget. So we listened carefully to where every agency impacted everybody in our state. We deleted $500,000 in premature budget dollars for a law enforcement and commission that has not yet been recommended, but was actually budgeted at $517,000 in DAS. We allocated the cost of cybersecurity, which impacts every state agency, through DOIT, which it should have been 5 years ago. In DOIT, we provided an appropriation to restore 4 shared and funded positions. For some reason, their budget cut half of the staff that answers the phone at the help desk. So if you have a computer problem and you call up and you say, hey, I need help, half of those positions, which were filled, were cut. We restored that. However, more than 20 vacant positions remain unfunded. This is a potential impact across every agency as we go forward. And I'd like to say at this point in time, I think everybody probably heard that the governor had a few comments during his last press release about how the House was handling the budget and how the Senate would handle it. It's been my experience that we have been very collaborative with the Senate. However, the Senate has stayed out of the budget when we're over here. We typically stay out of their budget. We do share information with them. They share information with us. It has been a joint effort, and I would like it to remain a joint effort. And Chuck Morris, Gary Daniels, Bob Guida, all the people who have worked on the budget before have continued to work with us and did so now. In DRA, we added 2 auditor positions, and we did that because we would get a total of $3.2 million more in revenue. And I think everybody on finance knows, once the House and Ways and Means revenue estimates were passed, House Finance needed to cut $49 million from the governor's budget or add revenue. So we added some revenue. Treasury and Corrections, all of the educational funding in corrections, all of the academic training funding in corrections had been cut and all the people laid off. And what we did was we changed the general fund appropriation for the governor's scholarship fund to $1, knowing that money was coming from in the current budget from the feds for COVID relief. And we used that money to restore most of the training and vocational and academic training in corrections. Debt service was, of course, fully funded, even though it has grown. The Justice Department, we recognized some general fund savings by delaying the start of a new program and delaying the start of 2 attorney positions. They did get all of their positions funded, just not the first day. In the Liquor Commission, we had an amendment that proposes to change the liquor enforcement to a liquor licensing bureau. And I'd like to thank Representative Leishman for all of the work he did on this amendment. In corrections, transitional housing was cut for Concord and Manchester. We were able to restore that. The relatively small cost of restoring far outweighed by the benefits that transitional housing provides. We did restore the vocational educational funding, as I said. The parole board was reorganized to just 5 members, including the chairman, which the governor had proposed. The parole board is finally going to use some digital technology. If you've ever watched them, they have a mountain of paper every time they meet. But we're actually going to provide some digital technology. We also had to provide networking access so that they could use their digital technology, and we kind of did that at the last minute. And then right before we were done with them, we found out that the building they're in is going to be sold, and we had to add funding so that they would have new housing. Hiring corrections officers remains an issue. We discussed it extensively with the commissioner. Even when she hires them, they're all trained as police officers. Because our pay level is so low, they get trained as a corrections officer, which means they are now a certified police officer. 6 to 12 months down the line, they're looking for a better paying job with the local police department. That's something that we need to take on, not in this budget, but we need to think about how we're going to retain them. We increased the funding provided to the Small Business Development Center and Business and Economic Affairs. The governor had originally budgeted at $50,000 for the coming year and nothing in the year after. The budget they have in their budget currently is $315,000. However, we looked at how much they had spent in the previous year, which was $160,000, and we restored the funding to $225,000 in each of the 2 years. What we did was we reduced the amount of money they have in travel and tourism to do this. One of the reasons we were reducing, of course, is because that $49 million we had to cut. And Chairman Weiler would say to me periodically in the hall, I hope you're cutting because Division 2 isn't going to be able to cut. He's smiling, he's shaking his head because he knew he was giving me nightmares. Part of the planning from the Office of Strategic and Management has now been put in Business and Economic Affairs, where it will actually do planning functions for the first time. We had a really tough decision with environmental services. We have suspended the water treatment grants for the biennium. Not something anybody on the division wanted to do. But I also worked heavily with LBA, and again, I can't thank them enough for the work that they did for us. We got an amendment put into HB2 that will allow the Department of DES to come to fiscal at the end of every 6 months and request up to 50% of the surplus above planned expenditure and apply it to the wastewater treatment. I talked to Commissioner Bob Scott. He knew why we were doing what we were doing, given the Ways and Means estimates. He said he felt like it was a reasonable start. I frequently say, and I think you guys do too, the Senate always has more money than we have. And I know this makes Chuck Morse cringe, but the reality is we passed the budget out of here in March. And in April, the business taxes come in. And frequently that is a big month for us. If they come in above plan, the Senate ends up with a little bit more money. Military affairs came in, they were fully funded. They are finally going to do some mental health services, as you'll see. OPLC, we did the last piece of their reorganization in HB2, which was started last biennium, but got lost when we had the pandemic and some of the scramble at the end with the big bills that we did not pass. We have a new department. It's been something that's been discussed for several years. It's the Department of Energy. And we were lucky to have the gentlelady from Bow, whose husband, Attorney Harry Judd, has worked in this area a lot. And so you learn a lot at home, and she's also an attorney. So she was able to provide a lot of guidance into some of the things we did with this. Everybody on the division, when we looked at the long extension, said, this needs to be changed, that needs to be changed. You have to work through every reference in every RSA, and it has to be changed to the new department. What this is going to do, and the consumer advocate is 100% behind this, as well as our own ST&E, it reorganizes and eliminates an ongoing conflict with the PUC. The PUC, on one hand, has been a policy-making unit. And then on the other hand, they are quasi-judicial, and they rule on things that impact the ratepayer, which is difficult. I mean, I can't imagine writing a policy that impacts the ratepayer, having the ratepayer talk to me and say, but this is hurting me, and now I have to rule against my own policy. It's Department of Energy will separate that out. So the PUC will remain quasi-judicial, but will no longer be writing policy. The judicial branch came and their budget was approved. They did ask, they have an authorized amount of 45 judges in the district court. They had been limited to 35. They asked to go to 37. We agreed. We looked at HB2 sections. We have rooms and meals tax, carry forward, BET, and I can't thank, again, Ways and Means enough for what they did for us. Peter Leishman also worked on the organization of the HB2 section that looks at the Lakes Region facility. And when he got done with his work, the division passed that unanimously, and we will look at that. Could I ask LBA if maybe they could bring up our detailed change at this point, and we can look at some of the specifics in that? Is it possible to share that on the screen? Who's running the screen for us?
I can call that up, Representative Ober.
Thank you so much.
Oh, I think Mike Hoffman's got it.
Oh, good. You guys are just great. Thank you very much. So if we could go to page 1, we're looking at Division 1, Category 1, and you can see at the top, there aren't any changes. And then if you look in the middle of the page, row 12, Department of Information and Technology. We have additional funds for hardware and software that had to be added because the parole board's funding for their new digitization process was not accurate. We also had an impact of the IT on the Department of Energy. They first started and they put all of their money scattered among the various AUs. At the last minute, they wanted to consolidate them, and we did that. You look at row 15, we had to transfer from administrative services and a way to pay the cost of cybersecurity, which DAS does the contract for, gets, but IT extends it across to all of the agencies. And you'll find that there's in our packet of HB2 amendments on page 6, you will find the amendment that does that for the shared services position that we put back. Under Department of Administration, starting on line 18, if you look to the very far column with comments, you see consistently restores, restores, restores. I talked to you earlier about positions that have been laid off. We have added back staffing. We did this without adding a lot of costs because we found a couple of things. Number one, DAS had been over budgeted for maintenance to the tune of over $600,000. They also had been charged for all the cybersecurity, which was over $600,000. And then remember, I said we eliminated that law enforcement commission that had been budgeted too early for them at $517,000. We were up to almost $1.8 million in adjustments just in DAS that added no money, added no spending, but allowed us to make some changes that would benefit the state as a whole. And Mike, if we could go to the second page. At the very top, we have the sheriff reimbursements. We have moved that from their budget into judicial. One of the problems with the sheriff reimbursements, quite honestly, has come from felonies first. When we didn't have felonies first, everything went through district court. District court used video arraignments in the jails. The sheriffs did not provide transportation. They did not provide security in the courthouses for the prisoners. The prisoners stayed in the jails. However, with felonies first, the Superior Court no longer would use video arraignments. The sheriffs now transported the prisoners, and they provided security in the courthouses all day long while the prisoners were there. In Hillsborough County, this was a nightmare because we're the only county with 2 superior courts. We did not have 2 vans to transport prisoners at the same time to the 2 different courts. So when we lost all the video arraignment, we had a lot of expense in Hillsborough County, but it has added to the cost. Judicial branch can best monitor that cost. DAS had no idea. And since the state law says they will be reimbursed up to the limit that was budgeted, that meant towards the end of the year, none of our county budgets were getting the money they should get. So we did move it. You can see that we had archives under the state library. Some of the sources of the general funds had to be budgeted correctly. This was primary errata that had to be redone, although it was a lot of keying on the part of LBA, and I thank them again for not only getting the amendments, but getting the keying done. You move down to graphic services. We're looking at line 32 and line 33. Some of the people were laid off. We have set up in HB2 a fund for them so that the money they earn will stay in that fund and will pay for their people as it should and will no longer go to general fund. Under the property and casualty insurance, that's where you see the DAS change for the cybersecurity that I mentioned earlier. The Housing Appeals Board in line 39, we actually unfunded 3 positions. We looked at the law that passed and they were allocated a set amount of positions. And suddenly in this budget, they had 3 more positions than allowed in the law. So we unfunded them, keeping in mind we were trying to get to the cuts that the chairman kept asking me for. So the growth was above what was passed in state law and they were absolutely done. The next line, line 40, reflects the $517,000 that was removed from DAS budget because it was budgeted too soon. You'll see when Representative Umberger talks about Division 2 that they are working on that, as rightly so they should, but we also had it budgeted, which was kind of a shock. So that was how we got part of our cuts. If you can turn the page, Mr. Hoffman, and be with me. I'm at the top of the page with Department of Revenue Administration. I mentioned that we added 2 auditors, which gained us $3 million. At line 56, you will see that we have put only $1 in the Governor's Scholarship Fund. We used all of that money to fund corrections, vocational and academic training. And we stood united as a division behind those cuts. Then if you go down to line 186, we have the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification. We have on page 29, House Bill 2, section 64 and 65, we abolished and established positions as they move positions around to match the reorganization. Page 4 is just summary. Mr. Hoffman, if we could go to page 5. Thank you. The judicial branch, the top line, you will see the money to pay for the prisoner transport and prisoner security. Line 5. Page 13 in our packet, we have an amendment. If you're looking at your HB2 packet as well, we have an amendment that eliminates $1.5 million. And what that did, we talked to Military Affairs. They were funded $1.5 million for mental health services. And instead, there's an amendment that authorizes them and talks to them about collaborating with VA to participate with some of the buddy programs and some of the PTSD and mental health programs our veterans have over there. Plus, we were aware by that time that although we wouldn't have the money during our budget cycle, that there was money in the COVID relief bill that Congress had passed to support this. So although that was eliminated, they agreed that they were getting money and that they would work with the VA, and it was a good place to start. They did get their 2 people to work on this. Line 7 and 8, Department of Agriculture, we basically had no change except on the consent calendar last time, we passed a bill that went to Ways and Means because it uses dedicated funds, House Bill 532, to create an animal records database. It was requested by the chairman and vice chairman of Environment that this be added to the budget and moved along. The Senate has a companion bill on this over on their side as well. Ways and Means was aware that we had it. I don't know if they retained it or not because they got it since it was dedicated funding. Now in the Justice Department, you can see that we have delayed the start of some of the attorney positions. We delayed the start because it does, as you can see in FY22 and FY23, it does give you a significant amount of cut when you're trying to cut $100 or $49 million, but it does not cut the positions. And this is a place where if the revenues continue to go up and the revenue plan gets better, it's easy for the Senate to say, well, we're going to move those forward because we don't need to cut that money. You see on line 14, we have an amendment that deletes an appropriation to the FRM Victims Recovery Fund. This is Chairman Weiler's bill. We have on HB2 section 76, and if you look at pages 30 and 31 and on my HB2 packet, you'll see that Chairman Weiler brought us an amendment that deleted the cuts, but provided funding for the victims of this fund, which the division put in. I will tell you, it was one of our few non-majority votes, and we were 4-3 on that, but we added into the HB2 packet. At the very bottom of the page, you see the banking department. Although there was no change in their budget, on page 58 of HB2 packet, we did add a new section talking about the deposit investment pool. This was at a request of the commissioner, who said that he frequently found himself in a conflict where he felt like he was working against the very people he was supposed to be protecting. He provided the language, he explained the language, and we added it to the bill. Mr. Hoffman, if we can change pages again. We have more errata here. If you look at line 29, Department of Labor, we had to change the source of fundings. They just got keyed in the wrong line, so it was an errata sheet that was easy to do. If you look at line 32, you'll see we have a liquor and enforcement amendment. And this is found in the HB2 on pages 74 and 75. Peter Leishman worked on the amendment you find in our packet on 77 and 81. It basically eliminates 21 law enforcement officers effective January 1, 2022. It renames the Division of Enforcement and Licensing and Education to the Division of Licensing and Education. And as you can see, it saves over $2.5 million. The store operations on line 33 was again a mistake in keying, and it was an errata sheet, and we moved money from one place to another, no financial impact. Now we get down to the Department of Energy, line 35. In our packet, these are pages 47 to 57. It came to us, it had work, it really needed quite a bit of reorganization, and the governor's budget director needs to be credited for working with us. At one point in time, Representative Walls asked if she could work with him on an amendment, and she sent him some changes that were incorporated into the amendment. I didn't see the changes she sent, but I did see a result of the work that was put together. We also had to move, as I said earlier, all of their IT funds back and forth. Line 41, we switched positions from one account to another account. We moved funds, again, renewable energy fund on line 43 out of class 47 to consolidate the transfers. Mike, if you can bring up page 7. We have administrative support, consumer advocate, and the site evaluation committee. A couple of things happened on the site evaluation committee. Last biennium, they were given an HB1 footnote that said, in the event the expenditures in either fiscal year in this accounting unit are greater than application fees and filing fees held in the site evaluation committee fund, the chairman of the site evaluation committee may request, with prior approval of the fiscal committee, that the governor and council authorize additional funding. That did not happen. She ignored that she needed to get prior approval. And on 2 separate occasions, she brought to fiscal committee rather large bills that she had already spent the dollars and said, well, you have to fund these because we spent the money. We were fiscally conservative, but we didn't ask you for permission like we were supposed to. So we thought we would eliminate that this time and let them work on this. We also unfunded the vacant, unclassified administrator position. This was a lot of effort. I would like to thank the committee for working through it. Going to move that now to page 53. I'm sorry, line 53, Department of Corrections. In line 54, we delayed the start of the unclassified chairman by 6 months. So she is going to remain as she is until we get into the biennium. So it's a 6-month push of that. The parole board, we increased the funds in class 27, as you can see by the amount, because we did not get the hardware and the networking and the software charges until the very last day that we were working. This is something we've been talking about since November, but it took a little while to put it together. You can see then 56, 57, 58, where we put back in the transitional housing for Shea Farm, Calumet in Manchester, and then we moved all of the appropriations in order to let them move. So we now have transitional housing. When you turn the page, you see the rest of the impact. Mr. Hoffman, page 8, thank you. At the top of the page, to restore the operating costs and the program coordinator, transfer positions back for the transitional housing, restores the operating costs for the Calumet housing, and transitions the people back. Line 65, Department of Employment Security. While the budget has no change, page 72 in our HB2 packet, there's a new section on fraud. Mr. Lavers came and he talked to us extensively about this, and we put in this section. I know you've read the newspapers about fraud in the unemployment claims. He felt that this was needed. The committee supported him. Mr. Hoffman, if I can go to page 9 at this point, I'd be ever so happy. Thank you. The Economic Development Administration, we unfunded a vacant position and pushed its start. Again, it added to our cuts. On the line 4, you see where we restored the funding to the Small Business Development Center. Now, keep in mind, in fiscal year 22, there was already $50,000 budgeted. So in that line item, in each of those 2 years, they will get $225,000. And we took that money, as I said earlier, from the Division of Tourism and Travel, which you see on line 5. You get now down to line 7, Department of Natural and Cultural Resources. Although we made no change to their HB2 funding, there were over $2 million worth of parks improvements. And if you look at page 53 in our HB2 packet, you will see that we have redone section 142. We cut that in half. So we left new campgrounds for Jericho. We left a new electrical panel because the old one will not support the campers that are coming. And we said we're going to have to eliminate the other 3 projects. Since then, in discussions with the governor's budget director, Chairman Weiler and I have both learned that there's additional money for parks improvements in the COVID bill that has passed. So I'm expecting some of those will be funded there. And then the Department of Environmental Services on line 11 talks again about suspension of the state aid grants, refers you to page 19 in our packet, which is section 60, that provides the DES commissioner with the ability to request additional appropriations if general funds exceed revenue. The intent was to make it very clear that the legislature supported these programs, but that gave us the biggest amount of cuts that we could make to support the efforts that need to be done in Division 2, whereas the chairman had told me they did not think they could make any cuts. So we reluctantly did that, but we did meet the needs of everybody, I think, in all 3 divisions. There are a few sections in HB2 packet that I haven't touched on. So I'm going to go to page 18, which is a new section. And it basically creates a pathway for corrections employees who've been Group 2 retirement to be considered for promotions without losing their Group 2 benefits. And what it does, oh, Mike, thanks for bringing that up. That's great. You can see in line 6 through 11, you have some titles who have to have been with corrections at least 15 years prior to the appointment in the position in order to remain in Group 2 status. And in lines 12 through 17, some of the positions need to be at least 10 years, line 16, prior to the appointment in the position. If they do that, they can retain their Group 2 benefits. The commissioner said this would help her greatly in retaining some of her senior, more valuable people. The division talked about it. We voted this in unanimously. Mike, if you can go to page 33, which are sections 102 and 105. I'm sorry, Norm is not here, but this is the business profits tax credit forward. This came from the governor. Ways and Means unanimously looked at this amendment, worked on it, and it was given to us to put in to replace the sections that had been in HB2. Representative Major and Representative Abrami said that their committee unanimously felt this was the prudent way to move forward with this carry forward limited payments, helps the state get on a more even footing. Representative Griffin, who is a CPA and is on Division 1, said this is being done in a lot of states with a lot of carry forward limits because it is impacting the state overall financially. We can go to page 35, Mike, that's sections 114 and 115. These two sections came from BFA, and we don't look at their budget. And one of the sections actually had an effective date of May 2021. And the BFA director was a little surprised to learn that HB1 and HB2 didn't take effect until July 1st. So it was recommended, and I did talk to the governor's budget director, that they find a bill with money, perhaps in the Senate, where they could attach those on and meet the May implementation date that was needed. If you're looking at page 39, we have section 124, which deleted the proposal to promote the executive assistant to a non-classified position. This is something that should really run through on a bill and have a job description ready to go over. So they had a little work to look at it. Page 40, section 127 is really an errata change. This is exactly what came to us in HB2 with one exception. At the end of line 6, and thanks to Nancy Levinas for having caught this, such per diem shall be prorated to an hourly rate for other related work performed by board members. That is new language. It should have been bolded in HB2. It was not. Nancy Eagle Eye Levinas caught that, and this amendment fixes that errata. All right, Mike, if we can go to page 44, sections 128. These were deleted at the request of the agency. I guess they didn't need them. I really don't know what was needed. We have section 292, page 46. This is a section that is shared by every division, and LBA goes through and makes sure that all the effective dates are really effective. So you'll see this with all three divisions. These are the changes that were needed for what we did. And I thank Nancy for doing that. If you go to pages 60 to 65, this is a Ways and Means request that came from the chair and the vice chair, and it adds the historical racing back into HB2. And again, we had some discussion on this. The division vote on adding historical racing was 6-1. So we were unanimous a lot of the time, but we were not unanimous here. This is a bill that has my name on it, but the bill's in Ways and Means, came out of Ways and Means, and Patrick Abrami provided the language, even though it has my name on it. So it talks about the historical racing and the money would go to the Lottery Commission. So this is a gain in revenue that Division 1 was happy to put in for Division 2, but we didn't get any credit for it against what we were trying to cut. Mike, if you can bring up the pages 66 to 71, these are all the Ways and Means approved sections on the BET. And again, Ways and Means worked on these. The amendment's in my name, but I can't take any credit for it. It was just something given to me that needed to be put in to be corrected with what was already in the budget. Mike, if you can bring up pages 82 to 86. This is the verbiage for House Bill 544. This came out of request of the leadership of our caucus. Again, it has my name on it, but I was asked to put it in. I think you all have read it. We're getting a lot of email about it. If we can go to page 87, which is House Bill 63. And basically, as you see, this says the state recognizes that multiple executive orders may have created undue hardship or confusion. We have about $10,000 in fines outstanding. This authorizes those to be paid. It also lets the business who went to court go back to court and have things annulled if they so choose. Mike, if you can bring up the family leave amendment, which, oh, let me give you the page on that. I didn't write down that page. It's page 19 in the packet. It's section 69 to 74. This is amended from what the governor did. And basically this bill says we move the dates. So everything else that's in here came from the governor. Family leave medical is going to be open to everybody. It is optional. It is not mandatory. It can be used for only the following reasons: the birth or adoption of a child, or a serious health issue of a family member permitted under the Federal Family and Medical Leave Act. If your company offers short-term disability, you must take your short-term disability before you can apply to family leave. You can only apply for family leave once a year. You can take only up to, you don't have to take all of it, but up to 6 weeks at 60% pay. Again, after your short-term disability. The governor proposes making this a benefit for state employees who are eligible for benefits. There's a state law that says you have to be working 30 hours a week to be eligible for benefits. I've heard a lobbyist who said, we don't have the people to run this. Well, that's actually not true, because DAS has an insurance group that already runs all of the benefits that go to our state employees, medical, dental, workers' comp, all the things runs through this DAS insurance group. This says that the state will have an RFP written and they will have private insurance companies respond to it. The governor told us 11 private insurance companies have already made queries for responding. And again, DAS has a contract group. They do RFPs. If you are not a state employee, your business may piggyback on this. If your business chooses not to piggyback on this, you may, as an individual contributor, sign up and have family leave pay.
Representative Ober,
Yes,
I have an amendment in at the request
I know
of
you
the
do, Mr.
caucus to
Chairman.
remove
I'm
this
going
section.
through these. I'm going through these now as requested to go through what's in the budget, and I know you have an amendment. But I thought I should talk about what's in here, and then you can talk about your amendment.
Thank you.
We did two things with this. We pushed it so it took effect the last 6 months in the biennium. And the other thing we did, if you're an individual contributor and you take your $5, as it came from the governor, it said that your business would deduct the $5 and pay to the insurance company. And we told the governor's budget director we were not going to do this. Each of us pays for our own car insurance. So certainly if you decide to take FMLI, you can afford to pay your insurance bill for your FMLI. So we did not include the fact that they had to do it. Much of the HB2 that came to us, which you've had for months, stayed the same that we looked at. I have hit the things we have deleted with one exception. And I would ask Mike Kane if he could do this. Mike, we had a new on section 227, which was on the bill page 105, but is an amendment in our HB2 packet of 57, the site evaluation committee membership. We had voted that long before the rest of the Department of Energy stuff got done. And this amendment should be withdrawn and is not needed because it was overwritten by a subsequent vote. It is still in the packets, and I assume you can make that note somehow.
Yes, we will make that note, Representative, and Mike Hoffman will make sure that the intent of that division is reflected.
Thank you, Mr. Kane. Thank you, Mr. Hoffman. All right, Mr. Chairman, that concludes my presentation. And yes, I knew you had an amendment. You notice I put family leave last in case you wanted to submit your amendment next.
I'll bring that up, that amendment up later. But great job, good work for Division 1. I'm glad you had so much cooperation from your members. Are there any questions from the committee for Representative Ober on the presentation she has just made?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Leishman.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to point out that I will be supporting the work of Division 1 today. The chair was correct. The division worked very closely. I know I speak for my Democratic colleagues that we really appreciate the support and collaboration from our Republican colleagues. There are a few things that I'm not happy with, but I recognize this is second base, if you will, doing it for 6 terms. I finally figured that out. But one of the things that is troubling is House Bill 533. I'm sorry, 544, which we've already received a great deal of email and calls from. I certainly support the governor in his announcement the other day that he would veto any sort of legislation similar to this or House Bill 544. So I'm hopeful that this doesn't come out in the final package. But Mr. Chairman, I want to thank the chair of Division 1 for her hard work. And I think you could tell by her presentation, she's done this a few times too. So with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Leishman. Any questions from committee members?
Mr. Chair.
Representative Hatch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may, I also would like to ditto Representative Leachman's comments about the chair's work and the cooperation that was extended us within the committee. It's a great working environment, and I mean this sincerely. I appreciate her efforts and everybody else's efforts. Unfortunately, though, I cannot come to a place where I can support our division's House Bill 1. There's a few items in there that are unpalatable, and I just, because they are still there, I cannot support it. There's one thing I had a lot of issues with is the Department of Energy. It didn't belong in a budget bill. It's a gigantic change, administrative change within state government. It impacts multiple departments, and there's a lot of things in that that are concerning. And one thing that's really roused my attention is many times the individuals from the governor's office that introduced this to us would refer to the fact that that could be addressed in rules, in administrative rules. These are things that are lacking within that haven't been corrected and aren't going to be corrected. And just to know, having been on administrative rules for many years, having been a past chair of that, that's not how it works. We do not legislate in administrative rules, and it's problematic. And what happens often is before we can even address something, it needs a legislative fix. And that would be applicable here. And it's undoubtedly a good thing going forward, the concept of it. I support that. It's obviously needed. I support that, but this is really not the way to do it. And it doesn't belong here. And I'm very concerned about the way it's done. So that's just one of the reasons why I can't support that. There's a few other things. A few of the tax reductions I can't support. It's funds that are needed. They really support the many very necessary activities that we do as a state government for our citizenry, and deduct the funds from that, they can't be accomplished. So anyways, again, I just want to thank the chair for her efforts, my colleagues on the committee, both sides of the aisle. I appreciate their efforts very much, but I'm sorry I can't support this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Hatch, if there's some just tweaking that needs to happen with the Energy Office, hopefully you can inform the Senate and perhaps they will take up your advice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I see Representative Walls has her hand up. Representative Walls.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too worked hard on this with everybody else, and I think that there's a lot of good things that were done in HB1. I'm sorry, in Division 1, but I cannot support this. And for some of the reasons that were enumerated by Representative Hatch, without repeating a lot of them, I also have some additional issues with this. The problem I see with the Department of Energy is it did not have a public hearing. It did not go through a committee. There's a lot of structural flaws with it. The movement of positions from the PUC to the Department of Energy effectively eviscerates the Public Utility Commission and means that it will not be a well-functioning agency. We've had a well-functioning PUC for a long time. We only need to look at places like California, Texas, and Massachusetts, where they've had huge utility problems, where they've had inadequate regulation, to see what eviscerating the PUC could potentially do to our state. And I'm very concerned by the flaws that continue to exist in the bill creating the Department of Energy. I agree, overall, it's a good idea, but the devil is in the details, and I don't think that this is well executed as it stands now. I also have problems with the iteration of House Bill 544 in here. It has no business being in our laws anywhere, much less in here. I have problems with the tax reductions. We, as Representative Ober just went through and explained all the places we are scrambling, trying to find revenue. It makes no sense to me to be cutting our revenue and cutting ourselves off at the knees. So I cannot support the tax cuts in here. I cannot support sending the money that's in here to FRM. I mean, for FRM, it was really a group of people who chose to gamble with their money, didn't do their due diligence, and now they want to use taxpayer dollars to pay them back for their own gamble. And I cannot support that. And finally, I am appalled by the way historic racing has been snuck in here as well. It has no business being in here. It's a bill that was defeated defeated once and tabled again, but stopped the last 2 years in the session. It was brought in at the 11th hour with no debate and no discussion. And I think it's very poor public policy. So for those reasons, among others, I am not going to be able to vote in favor of our Division 1 budget.
Anyone else? Representative Ober, you want to make any reply?
Mr. Chairman, I think you're going to find that we worked well together. Every budget has got things in it they don't like. I mean, people hear me talk about the over budget at home. Somehow the over budget never funds the car I want to drive, but we still go forth. You have to pick and choose what you're going to do. I am going to support the budget. I plan to support the work of Division 2 and 3 as well. And I'd like to thank all 7 members of the division, including myself, for the hard work, because we really did work hard. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Ober. The way I'd like to do this now is to have us vote on the report given by Division 1 to see which members will support the changes. And I was going to do just HB1, but since she reported both HB1 and HB2, we will take separate votes. I'm going to ask us first to vote on the Division 1 actions on HB1, and then we'll vote separately on division actions on HB2. The clerk will call the roll when he's ready on the committee's response to support or non-support Division 1's activities on HB1 for the first vote.
I don't know. Did you need a motion, sir?
Representative Ober, will you move the actions of Division 1 on HB1?
I will, and I'm sure Representative Emmerich will second.
Second.
To accept the committee work on HB1, and Representative Emmerich seconds. Clerk will call the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Ober,
Yes.
Representative Umberger,
Yes.
Representative Turcott,
Representative Turcott votes yes.
Representative Thaburus,
Representative Tibbles votes yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich,
Yes.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Griffin,
Yes.
Representative Edwards,
Yes.
Representative Doucette,
Yes.
Representative Lynn,
Yes.
Representative Wallner,
No.
Representative Norgren,
No.
Representative Bucco,
No.
Representative Leishman,
Yes.
Representative Hatch,
No.
Representative Rogers,
No.
Representative Walls,
No.
Representative Heath,
Heath votes no.
Representative Porter,
No.
Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 13-8 in favor.
And the motion is adopted. I'll now ask Representative Ober to move her report for acceptance on HB 2.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second by Representative Ober and Representative Emmerich. Clerk will call the roll on the acceptance of the Division 2 action, or the Division 1 actions on HB 2. Division 1 actions on HB 2.
Representative Ober,
Yes.
Representative Umberger,
Yes.
Representative Turcott,
Yes.
Representative Laverge,
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich,
Yes.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Griffin,
Yes.
Representative Edwards,
Yes.
Representative Doucette,
Yes.
Representative Lynn,
Yes.
Representative Wallner,
No.
Representative Ogren,
No.
Representative Bucco,
No.
Representative Leishman,
Yes.
Representative Hatch,
No.
Representative Rogers,
No.
Representative Walsh,
No.
Representative Heath,
Heath votes no.
Representative Porter,
No.
Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 13-8 in favor.
Vote being 13-8, the motion is adopted. We'll move next to Division 2, and I'll ask Representative Umberger to read the committee actions on HB 1 in Division 2.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would really like to thank our Division 2 members for all of their hard work. And we were in a situation where unfortunately Representative Daniels was not able to join us. And as a result, Representative Turcott joined us late in the budget process, but has done a wonderful job. I would say that out of our committee, that probably 98% of our votes were 7-0, which as we were working through each of these areas, I think that we tried to compromise. We tried to make sure that everyone that wanted to say had a say. And I truly appreciate all of the hard work that occurred on Division 2. So if we turn to HB1, you will notice Mickey, maybe you could bring up the page to help. I think everyone in the room has a copy, right? So if we, oh, okay, is that better? Thank you. If you look at the first page, all of the items that are identified there are a result of budget entry corrections that were requested by the Department of Safety. And if you look at item number, I'm sorry, rows 42 and 43, this is funding required to meet demand in the forensic lab. And we felt very strongly that we did not need to go back to the point where our forensic lab was not was not funded at a level that was appropriate. Representative Ober had talked about the body worn and dashboard camera fund, which had originally allocated, I'm sorry, wrong one. The body worn and dashboard camera authorized $1 million for this to, and this is money that the individual police departments will be able to come into safety to request support for the body cameras and the dashboard cameras. And this was one of those items that was recommended out of the LEAC Commission. And what we basically did here is that we established a business administrator position 1 to monitor or to make this program work. And
What line is it? 46,
yeah,
okay.
I'm sorry, 46. Next page, as a matter of fact. Okay, so that was basically, as I said, all of the areas that we changed in safety in HB1 were basically a result of things that that safety needed. And I will be discussing several other changes in safety as part of our HB2 discussion. Fish and game, if we could. This is the first time in 16 years, I guess, that Fish and Game has had a healthy, they've been healthy. We had always had to transfer money to Fish and Game just so they could operate. But you will notice the only thing that we did or changed in Fish and Game was funding for a supervisory hatchery manager. And otherwise, Fish and Game remained the same. We could, on page 4, the Department of Transportation. Unfortunately, unlike the Fish and Game Fund, the Highway Fund is has significant problems in funding the things that that we need to fund to keep our highways, bridges, roads in good condition, as well as maintaining winter maintenance, which is always a problem. So basically, again, all of these items were cuts that needed to be made in order to balance the highway fund. And we will be talking about what we have done to add money back into the highway fund at a later point. But this was very hard on every single one of us to think about cutting the highway fund. And I will also mention that if you look at apportionment A and B, the cut that was needed there, that that is, part of that is for the towns and cities, the money that they receive for roads and bridges in the towns. But wait till we get to HB2, okay, before we get too carried away with that. So that's the highway fund. At one point, I think we ended up with $3.86 left in the highway fund. I'm just kidding. But it was literally that close, okay? So, but we've done some things in HB2 that will affect what's going on in the highway fund. The Department of Education had a couple of changes. The first one is in education credentialing, and this is agency income. And so there's no effect on general fund or the education trust fund. And they requested that they add a position, and because the income was such that they could, that we agreed to that. Robotics Education Fund had been funded by the governor at 0. And we replaced the robotics program, or we added to the robotics program, the 1.5 million, which is what they had in the past. And I will say that this is probably one of the most wonderful programs for our high school students primarily. And I know that that this will be well. Okay. Our next line is also a transfer from other agencies. The first one is a anticipated grant from alcohol and other drugs, and the second one is in again the Education Trust Fund. What the DOE came in with was not sufficient to cover all of the high cost or the 3.5 times special education requirements. And because we were able to obtain some general funds through some things that we'll discuss in HB2, we are now able to fund the entire requirement for the 3.5 time special education person. The college and university system, some of you may remember that in HB2, the governor had proposed a reorganization, I guess I'll call it, of the university system. And in 2023, he had combined the dollars for the university system and the community college system. Well, we separated those out so that for both 22 and 23, each, the university system and the community college system will have their own line item in the budget, or I guess I should call it AU. And in addition to that, we added money to both the university system and the community college system to bring them to the 2021 funding level. So that was a big jump. And police standards and training, The governor had, because of the LEAC committee, had appropriated twice funding crisis intervention team training, which the police standards and training will put together once we pass the budget and provide that training to all of the police departments. So on line 19 is where the community college system received the additional money. And on page 6, line 23 is where the university system received the extra dollars. So I think that our HB1 work was relatively easy. I noticed Mary, Representative Heath nodding her head. HB1 was easy. So, where we ran into our problems, I guess, was all in HB2, but that's chapter 2 for some other time. So thank you very much.
Any questions for Representative Umberger? Representative Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank Representative Umberger. The House Dems worked so well, and we came to a consensus on so many things. I'm thrilled that we were able to level fund the university and the community college. Even more pleased that we could level fund them the way that I had hoped we could. We brought funding back into our Running Start program, and that's an HB2, so I shouldn't talk about that. But anyway, I want to publicly thank the representative because I truly appreciate her actions, and I think two of us share caring for education, and we also care specifically about the Department of Transportation and struggle with the moves that we had to do. And I hope in some place in the near future, we can do something for the Department of Transportation. I worry about a really bad storm in the winter and all the trucks breaking down. Thank you.
Any further questions? And I don't see all the faces on the screen here, so I can't tell if anybody has their hand up.
Mickey, could you please take the screen share down?
Okay,
No hands raised, Representative Weiler.
there are no hands raised, I understood.
Nope.
Okay, and if you're able, when we call on your name, I'd like you to start your video because we have a requirement to be able to see the person who votes. No, see where the names are?
That's us.
Oh, that's us that are here. Okay, so the ones that are not present are, thank you very much. All right. Appreciate the help.
Technology is great.
I can't do this by myself. All right, so Representative Umberger, will you move to adopt your report on HB1?
So move.
I'll second.
And a second from Representative Petrie. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will call a roll to accept the report for HB1 from Division 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Ober,
Yes.
Representative Umberger,
Yes.
Representative Turcott,
Representative Turcott, yes.
Representative Thurbush. Yes. Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich,
Yes.
Representative Uriff,
Yes.
Representative Griffin,
Yes.
Representative Edwards,
Yes.
Representative Seth,
Yes.
Representative Lynn,
Yes.
Representative Wallner, Representative Norgren,
No.
Representative Bucco,
No.
Representative Leishman,
No.
Representative Hatch,
No.
Representative Rogers,
No,
Representative Waltz,
No,
Representative Heath,
Heath votes no.
Representative Porter,
No,
Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 12-9 in favor.
And the motion passes. I'll ask Representative Umberger to go over the Division 2 report for HB 2.
Okay. On section 45, the governor had recommended that we use the 19 figure to, for free and reduced lunch to compute the aid for schools. And we accepted that. We also moved the tobacco settlement funds into HB2 for some reason or other. They weren't there. The Public School Infrastructure Fund had $30 million in each of the 2 years. And primarily because the latest, what's it called? American Recovery Act. We were basically informed that many of the projects that were that would qualify for the public infrastructure program could in fact be funded by the American Recovery Act. And as we looked at what is currently on hold because there wasn't enough money, that we believe that the Public Infrastructure Fund could move down to $1 million a year, which left us with 29 million in each of the 2 years to use for other areas, other things within the education area that we did not feel were funded at the appropriate level. But by leaving the $1 million in there, we were in fact able to keep this program viable. And I think that that is something that is extremely important. Otherwise, the program, some of you may remember that we had this public infrastructure program was set up, I believe 3 years ago anyhow, to take care of problems that the schools were having with safety and internet connection. So that remains as it was. So there is money to do those sorts of things in there. As I said, the crisis intervention team appropriation, we deleted that. The College and University System Board of Trustees and the community college system. The governor had basically recommended that we abolish the 2 separate boards and form a new board of trustees consisting of 15 people. 5 people from the university board, 5 people from the community college board, and 5 people that he appointed. I don't know, 10, 12, 14, 20 hours later, I have no idea how much time we spent on this, along with our friends on the education committee, also spent a lot of time providing input to us. And they in fact held a subcommittee meeting that made several recommendations to us that were then incorporated, so to speak, within the change to HB2. Representative Turcott, since you were kind of the prime motivator behind what we finally ended up with in HB2, could you just give us a little description of what is now in HB2 dealing with the merger of the 2 university systems?
Certainly, Representative. Maybe the best place to start is the reason why we ended up here, and that was the current language in HB2. A lot of us felt was moving the process a little bit too fast. I personally had concerns with the idea of creating a 15-member board of trustees that would be put to immediately go to work on implementing this merger. I thought it was something that needed to be slowed down, something that the public needed a little bit more input on. And that thought was shared by many members on the committee. So what I did instead is we got together and we formed a commission rather than changing over to a board of trustees right from the outstart. I'll go over basically what kind of changed in it. We went from a 15-member board of trustees down to an 11-member board of commissioners. 4 from the University of New Hampshire, 4 from the community college system, and ultimately 3 by the governor. We had some intermediate talks where possibly some legislators would be involved, but we decided in the end to go with the 3 members appointed by the governor for a total of 11. And the idea of the commission was to get together and actually look at the possibility, not predetermine that it had to be done, but the possibility of merging the 2 college systems. If you look on page 9 of our packet, really some of the important stuff is begins on line number 12, and that basically gives the commission till January 1 of next year the time to look over everything, determine if legislation is actually needed to merge the 2 systems. And if that were the case, they would, of course, produce legislation. It would come before committees and then possibly be implemented on July 1st of 2023. You'll notice there's a laundry list of items beginning in line 17 on page 9. Issues that we believe they should look at and incorporate into any legislation. And a last minute addition was, if you look on line 37, and that was the final report of the study group for post-secondary education that we received just a couple days prior to this amendment being drafted. And it was included in there. If you look at it, the first 6 pages of the report are excellent, and they're mainly all questions that are unanswered about what this is going to look like, how it's going to work, all issues that we believe should be included prior to establishing a board of trustees, something that anyway, that particular issue really needs to be, I think, above all, in the laundry list, that really needs to be regarded. It was an excellent report. Last thing we discussed was different dates about when it would take effect, and we ultimately, in the final line there, we decided that the best would be that it take effect upon the passage. Also, appropriation in line 13, that was a number suggested by the chair of our committee. I really had no comment one way or another on it, so that was put in on the chair's request. Other than that, in the end, I think we did very well with it. We came out unanimous out of our committee with 7-0. Everybody didn't get everything they wanted, but I think everybody got some of what they wanted. There were a lot of competing interests, as I've noted before, but I think in the end, we produced something that's reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Turcott. I know that everyone on the committee worked hard to make sure that that we got something in here. Okay, the commission, going down to sections 145 through 148. This is a commission to study establishment of a statewide entity to receive complaints of misconduct appropriations. And safety and the Attorney General are to get together to figure out what this commission was going to look like. And they had asked for five positions. And this was even before they figured out what the commission might look like, what it might do, or any number of other things. So we reduced this by I think it was, well, we reduced it to $100,000, which allows them to at least hire somebody. The state scholarship program, the governor had wanted money in there to pay off student loans. And as a committee, we didn't think this was the best use of the money, that we would rather provide it on the front end to our New Hampshire students rather than on the back end to workforce paying off student loans. And there was, so anyhow, that's what we did. And we also added in here that the governor's scholarship program will be managed in the same way as the unique program in the Higher Education Commission. So there's money available there. Okay, the next was dual and concurrent enrollment. Once again, an extremely popular program among high school juniors and seniors. And the governor had funded it at 0. And we did two things. The first thing is the Commissioner of Education did not feel that he should act as the pass-through for this money. And so we checked with the community college to see if they would be willing to administer, if that's the right term, this program. And they agreed to that. And we put in $1.5 million in each year of the biennium to community college thinks it will fully fund, if that's the right term, whatever whatever that means, but we anticipate being able to completely fund the dual and concurrent enrollment program. Next, we added a section from 594, is that the right number? That talked about a 10-year plan for grant projects for school building. And so what this does is that it encourages the local school boards to look out for 10 years as to what kinds of things are they going to require that they want state aid for. And the other half of that is that it allows DOE to know where things are going with school building aid. So we thought that was excellent. Last year, 2 years ago, excuse me, what kindergarten adequate education grants got left out for several communities that were starting up kindergarten. And so the Senate came over and asked us if we would include that in our budget, and we were able to fund that. Okay. These last three amendments, or the last, I guess I should say the last, oh, I forgot. Representative Weiler wanted an amendment dealing with how vacancies are filled on cooperative school district boards. And that amendment made sense to all of us. Okay. 1027 and 1023 32. I must be dyslexic. The Ways and Means, as we know, was able to get to project that there would be additional dollars available. And what came to the Education Trust Fund was $44 million. And that was money that we then had to spend. Oh, well, we didn't have to spend it, but we didn't think it needed to sit around when we had necessary needs. So, and then the speaker, this is all part of that money that Ways and Means was able to provide. The speaker then provided us with another $100 million, which came to $144 million. And the purpose of this $100 million is to reduce the SWEP payments that individual towns will be making. And the state will then, provide the money that they would have collected. So the speaker was going to have we were going to transfer 100 million. We had 44 million. So we said, look, we'll keep the 44 million, and Mr. Speaker, only transfer the 63. So, I mean, it's it's all the same. It all works out the same. But we were gonna transfer 44 million over to the general fund. Okay, and then transfer back in 100 million, which really didn't make sense. And so Mickey, in his wonderful way, suggested that that this is how we do it. So the 44 million that we're talking about that ends up now the switch. If you will go to page someplace or other. Okay, Mickey, what's the page number?
I think the amendment for is Amendment 1032H, which is page number 30 in the House Bill 2 amendment packet.
Thank you. I just didn't turn the page far enough. So what this money that we're talking about will be used for is 4 million for apportionment A. And this is the distribution to the towns and cities. The gas tax collections are down significantly. And apportionment A, or highway block grants, are provided to the towns based on 3 cents of every dollar collected in the road toll. So when the road toll is down, the money that goes to the towns and cities is also down. So this $4 million allows us to get us back pretty much to where we were in 20. So the towns and cities will not be seeing a decrease in that. We put 5 million into the betterment program. DOT had expressed that because the gas tax was down, and this is 12 cents of every dollar of gas tax, that they would not be able to continue their betterment program at the same level as they had in the past. And so we all know that paving roads, fixing bridges, doing all of those things are extremely important for the state. And so we put another 5 million into that. We also put 6 million into acquisition of vehicles and equipment. Transportation had to cut the money for equipment significantly, and it would have caused some real problems in keeping up with their vehicle purchase program. And so we put $6 million into that. And then if you'll notice in HB1, I said I took money away from winter maintenance, and that just wait, I would put it back, which I have done here in HB2. Okay, so there was still dollars out of this 44 million that arrived in the Education Trust Fund. And so what we did is that we put $27 million, a little over, into the building aid program. Is that right? Yeah, we put that into the building aid program for 22 and 23. I'm sorry, that's, 19 million is what we put in for new projects. And then we also have, is it 29 million? I think was the figure that Department of Education owes to school systems that have bonds that go out until 2042. So we talked to DOE to see if there was any way we could accelerate those bond payments to get us not to have to continue paying this and reducing the amount of building aid that we might have available in the future. And they said, yes, that could be done. And so we placed $8 million against reducing those. We've got too many tails out there, so I don't like to call it the tail, but this is to pay off school systems for outstanding bonds that they have. And then that will allow in the next biennium, another 8 million plus whatever they're paying off this year to hopefully go into building aid. Okay, so hopefully that covers everything. Like I said, we were laser focused on HB2 because this is where we had our problems. And I would say that all of the departments came into us with extremely lean budgets. And I know that I appreciated it. And that's when Representative Weiler asked me if I could cut any general funds. And I think we ended up with 1.5 million reduction in general funds each year of the biennium. So I did contribute just a little bit. But again, Division 2 is primarily made up of highway funds, education funds, fish and game fund. And so our share of general funds is very limited. But again, I want to thank everybody for all of the hard work on Division 2. And I left out Mick Landrigan the first time. And I'll tell you what, this guy is a genius, okay? When it comes to all of the issues that we have to deal with. And he makes my job and the job of everyone else on the committee so easy. So thank you all for listening, and I hope that I've covered everything that needed to be covered.
Thank you, Representative Umberger. Are there any questions? Representative Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I too, Mickey has just been beyond wonderful. He just is amazing what he can do. First, I want to thank Representative Turcott too for all his help on that amendment. It was wonderful that he took the lead on that. And though we didn't agree on everything, I think we came out to where we wanted to be. And Representative Umberger, thank you. We accomplished so much, so many of the things that were so critically important. We got to the end, we had agreed on so much, and there are so many things that actually there are pieces of me that struggle with not supporting this budget, but I just can't, because of the final amendment that we passed to send the 100 million to SWEPT to reduce taxes, when I desperately believe that money could so much better be used going in fact to the adequacy and restoring those funds to the school districts, especially after the COVID pandemic. But again, I just want to thank you all, and please know how much I appreciate it. Thank you.
Anyone else with a question or statement? Representative Petrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I want to thank our chairman, Representative Umberger. We had a real bipartisan effort. It was great. Our substitutes were absolutely fantastic. And I can echo the Mickey Landrigan. I tell you, he's amazing. He really is. And really appreciate him. Thank you.
Representative Weiler, I have an amendment to offer. I'm sorry, Mickey, did that amendment get here?
Yes, the amendment is up, posted online. I can also share it, and it was emailed to the entire committee yesterday. So amendment number 1035H replace 1033H, which is the last amendment in the amendment packet. I defer to the chair how you want to handle that. If you want to swap that out prior to taking the full Division II action. It's truly a technical amendment that lines up with what the intent of Division II was with that amendment.
Say what changes?
Mickey, would you like to just, I can do it, but I would love to have you take care of that.
So with the $100 million SWEPT reduction amendment in fiscal 23, as we all know, the statewide education property tax is part of the formula for determining total education grants. The intent of Division II was to essentially buy down the amount of SWEPT required to be raised in that 1 year through an infusion of general funds. We didn't consider any unintended consequences to total education grants to any cities and towns. So if you look on this amendment, section 2, you will see here that in the event total education grants are negatively impacted through this SWEPT reduction in fiscal 23, the Department of Education would provide a supplemental payment to any affected cities and towns to make sure that this action would have no impact on ed funding.
Okay, so Representative Umberger, in Division II, as part of your package, you're substituting this new amendment as the last page.
That's correct.
Is that supported by HB2, correction, Division II members support it?
Yes.
Can I, HB2, can you show, by show of hands, whether you support this or not? Okay. And I think I'm looking for Representative Bucco. Representative Porter, do you support it? You do not, okay. All right, so that the amendment is adopted by what I hope to do is minimize the roll calls, but
I think you have to do a roll call because of the Zoom, sir.
Yeah.
all right. So for the substitution of the amendment for 1033, and the new number is
1035H.
1035H to report, Representative Umberger moves, Representative Petrie seconds that 1033 be replaced by 1035. Is there any further discussion?
Representative Weiler, I would assume, do we need the entire committee to agree to that, or just Division II?
No, we're going to do the whole entire committee to agree to that.
Okay, fine.
Clerk will call the roll on that substitution of amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Ober,
Yes.
Representative Umberger,
Yes.
Representative Turcott,
Yes.
Representative Thavarish,
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich,
Yes.
Representative Uriff,
Yes.
Representative Griffin,
Yes.
Representative Edwards,
Yes.
Representative Doucette,
Yes.
Representative Lynn,
Yes.
Representative Wallner,
No.
Representative Norgren,
No.
Representative Bucco,
No.
Representative Leishman,
No.
Representative Hatch,
No.
Representative Rogers,
No.
Representative Walsh,
No.
Representative Heath,
Heath votes no.
Representative Porter,
No.
and Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 12-9 in the affirmative. The passes.
Okay, 12-9, the amendment is adopted. And now Representative Umberger moves the actions of Division 2 for HB 2 be accepted by the full committee, and Representative Petrie seconds, and the clerk will call a roll. Is there any further discussion on that motion?
Representative Porter has her hand raised.
Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to reiterate what my colleagues have said about the collegiality of Division 2 and the welcoming nature and the hard work that we did. I appreciated being accepted into the group and treated fairly and openly and got my voice heard. Thank you to Representative Umberger and to the legislative budget assistants and Mickey and all. I appreciate it. I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to support the final project for the same reasons that Representative Heath has iterated already. Thank you.
For joining us. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will call a roll on the acceptance of the Division 2 HB 2 actions as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Ober,
Yes.
Representative Umberger,
Yes.
Representative Turcott,
Turcott votes yes.
Representative Thaburish,
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich,
Yes.
Representative Earth,
Yes.
Representative Griffin,
Yes.
Representative Edwards,
Yes.
Representative Doucette,
Yes.
Representative Lynn,
Yes.
Representative Wallner,
No.
Representative Norgren,
No.
Representative Bucco,
No.
Representative Leishman,
No.
Representative Hatch,
No.
Representative Rogers,
No.
Representative Walsh,
No.
Representative Heath,
Heath votes no.
Representative Porter,
No.
and Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 12-9 in the affirmative.
Vote being 12-9, the motion is adopted. We accept HB 2 actions by Division 2. Timing is just about perfect. We will take lunch break until 1 o'clock, and then we'll commence with Division 3 reports. Thank you all for your attendance. So when the clerk is ready, we'll call the roll, knowing that there are 15 of us in Reps Hall, and I believe we have another 6 that are on Zoom.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Clerk will call the roll.
Thank you. Representative Ober,
Yes, I'm here.
Representative Umberger,
I'm here.
Representative Turcott, Representative Thaburish,
Present.
Representative Petrie's here. Representative Emmerich,
Here.
Representative Earth, Representative Griffin, Representative Edwards,
Edwards is here.
Representative, well, back to that one. Who's here for Bean? I'm sorry. Turk,
No.
yes, Doucette. Doucette's here. Where? All right, well, that worked out well. Representative Lynn? Here. Representative Wallner? Representative Norgren? She's online. Is she, have we got any, can they hear us?
I should,
Is Representative Norgren near, Mr. Chairman?
Was here, we look like we've lost her.
He's looking for.
yes, Representative Ober's here.
Okay. Representative Norgren is here?
Yes, she answered.
Okay, I'm sorry. I can't hear. Representative Bucco?
Present.
Thank you. Representative Leishman? Representative Hatch?
Here.
Representative Rogers? Representative Rogers? Okay. Representative Walls?
I'm here.
Representative Heath? Thank you. And Representative, who's in for Murray?
Porter, I'm here.
I should know that.
Porter, I'm here.
Thank you, thank you. Mr. Chairman, is 19 present. We have a quorum.
Thank you. All right, continuing our reviews of the budget by division. We'll next call upon Representative Edwards, the chairman of Division 3, for his remarks on HB 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we could do a share screen to show what I refer to as a horse blanket, the long document that's entitled Division 3, Category 5, House Finance versus Governor, detail change.
There it is.
There it is. Okay, so this is a combination of some policy changes that we made as we went through HB 1, and I think some technical changes that were made by the DHHS Finance in conjunction with our LBA. So I'll spend more time talking about what we did as a matter of policy. I think as a matter of context, it's worth noting that Division 3 is a very large and complex department. Over 2/3 of the funds that we have to appropriate are actually from the federal government. So general funds represent less than 1/3 of what the department spends. Some major assumptions that we made for this budget cycle is that when we went into it, we assumed that we were working from the Ways and Means estimate that we voted on in the last House session. We assumed that even though we knew that there would be another round of CARES Act money, maybe as much as just under $1 billion, we didn't count on any of that $1 billion as helping with the mission that we were looking to fund. We looked at the enhanced Medicaid match and recognized that that would probably continue for the first 6 months of the first fiscal year. So there were several accounts that rely on Medicaid match. Right now, there's an enhanced match that's taking place, which lets more federal money go against our budget rather than general funds. So that helped us. So we've taken advantage of that accounting. We've also taken a large number of departments that were federal funds only or other agency funds only, and basically just accepted them without any significant debate. So that gets us into this first line. This is a fairly major policy decision that was made, and these first accounting numbers from 1 through 15 reflect that. The policy decision was to essentially have legislature-driven closure of the Sununu Center. And I pointed out as legislatively driven because this was not in the department's recommendation. So in a very bipartisan way, the funds that you see removed in FY23 are related to the Sununu Center. There should be another $3 million that will come across somewhere in here, 2.6 million to provide some ongoing funds so that they can transition. Next down on line 21, this is an example of adding back money for extending the assumptions around FMAP, the enhanced FMAP. And the acronyms there, Federal Medical Assistance Percentage. So that it shows a decrement in general funds and an increase in federal funds of about 2.3 million. The next one, line 23, represents a decision to take out of the operating funds, out of HB1, 25 million for the biennium. This is money that was meant to pay for the Medicaid management information system to have the legacy system run in parallel while they phase in the new system. So rather than having effectively a one-time expense reflected as operating money, we moved those funds over to HB2 for 25 million for the biennium. When we did that, we ended up making it appear as though we were decreasing federal funds to the tune of 67 million. And the reality is that we will still have access to that money. It's just federal money that will have to be picked up by the Joint Legislative Committee later, but those funds are going to be available for the Medicaid Management Information System transition from legacy to a new system. On the second page, line 28, this is a fairly significant policy decision. Under current law, the administration, the executive branch, was only responsible for funding the first $5 million to help the counties pay for some nursing home expenses. And then historically, there's been something called a county cap, where subsequently in the budget process, money was added back, and historically, the counties have been expecting about a 3% per year increase in their the amount that they need to pay. Well, what we did this term was we added back so that it effectively will reduce the county's obligation to 2% growth. And that's significant because as we got testimony from Rockingham County and Hillsborough County, in Rockingham County, for example, had we not done anything, it would have forced the county to raise their property tax portion by 7%. So although it doesn't look like a property tax decrease to the naked eye, this is effectively us funding relief for county property taxes. It's something to keep your eye on as it goes through the Senate. Line 33, this is 50,000 in general funds that we added back added in FY22 to the family planning money. This $50,000 is to be made available to assist in stimulating competition for new family planning program clinics. So that 50,000 could be seen either as a bonus to stimulate new competition, or if there's a new awardee, then there's some money there for them to help with first-time startup costs. Under the line 45 down there, this is also enhancements from the higher than usual medical assistance program money. going on the last row of the previous page down to row 48. This is, I think, this is also related to the FMAP from above, and the next lines are as well. So all of these different lines are Medicaid related, and so they benefit from having a higher Medicaid match. Down on line 55, this was, I don't really know the right way to couch it, whether it was an error or an oversight or a mistake or whatever. But the reality is there was $9.1 million that we were expecting to come from another line to help with the New Hampshire hospital. And because that was a mistake, we ended up adding $9 million in general funds to cover it. The next line, 59 and 60, these are related. There's a system out there that shares admissions, discharges, and transfer HL7 messages in between a bunch of interconnected IT systems in the communities. And this is a IT system that helps coordinate care out into the community as patients move about. This is the opposite of what we did with the Medicaid management information system. This is actually an ongoing program that should not have been in HB2, so we moved it over to HB1. And in doing so, that revealed that there was 600,000 matching from federal money. The extra 1608 was a typo that one of our accountants found, and she used this opportunity to fix that. But it's really a 200,000 transfer of general funds and a 600,000 gain in federal matching. On the next page, line 69, we were able to fund 2 temporary positions in child protection using 100% federal funds. That wasn't really a Division III decision. It was more of a DHHS find after the budget had been submitted, and so we accepted it. Same thing with the $60,000 there for a grant award. There were some other technical adjustments made starting on line 71 and running down until we get to, I think, line 7. No, it's further. Down to line 80. Those are technical adjustments. Then when we get to line 81, this tiny $4 change is just killing an account that we no longer need. When we get to line 82, this is money that's going to help fund mobile crisis centers. They're basically decked out vans that can help provide mobile psychiatric services around the state. This will bring the total number of mobile crisis centers up to 5. And these are really a great gap filler in terms of the clinical hole that we've had in our behavioral health network. And I do think that in the years to come, we really need to make sure that these continue to be a good investment, because we are investing a lot of money in these. And so continuing to keep our eye on the ball here will matter. And then from line 83 down, or is that 83? That's 84. 84 down, we're transferring some audit positions around between accounting units. I think that accounts for everything down to line 95. And then 95, we're just adjusting a source of funds to recognize some administrative fees that were earned in that account. And then the last page, 96, is just the opposite of that transfer, just to show the funds moving from A to B. And Mr. Chairman, with that, I've completed the briefing on the changes in HB1 from Division 3.
Well, thank you, Representative Edwards. Are there any questions? Representative Wallner. Have you got a seat with a mic?
So I would like to go back to line 60. I think it's on right there, right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Line 64 and line 65.
All right.
So line 64 refers to a 226 position being eliminated at Health and Human Services, which equals about $22.6 million. And it should be also noted that in the governor's budget, he had eliminated 88 positions. So for a total of 314 is what the total elimination of positions in the department. These are back of the budget reductions.
So the numbers you're referring to, I don't see on the horse blanket for line 55 and 56. You're referring to personnel
64, 64,
lines that I don't see.
64.
There are no numbers that I see on line 54.
60.
That would make a difference. Okay, so I was going to take, after this horse blanket, I was going to speak to this other document where all the amendments are included. And so the amendment that you're referring to is also going to be discussed here in a moment in the next set of HB2 amendments.
Well, these are both back of the budget.
Yeah, the back of the
amendments
budget
to-
cut is referred to in this package related to HB1.
I just think it
amendments.
should be
So
noted here.
I can do those now. There is a package that the Division 3 has called House Finance Division 3, House Bill 1 and 2 proposed amendments. There are 2 new sections added. You can see them there. And then you can go to the next page. What this amendment one did, and I can see why it's appropriate to talk about it now. Thank you so much for doing that. If you look at how many people there were in the department as of 11 March, there was 2,651 people, and this is going to be a lot of numbers for those paying attention at home. So they have a tremendous number of vacancies. Every single department reported, well, pretty much every single department reported having a difficult time because New Hampshire has severe workforce shortages in healthcare providers. People who in our delegations work with our nursing homes and people on HHS who work with workforce issues for healthcare also know that statewide, we have a very significant problem with there just not being enough healthcare providers in our system to fill every position that's needed between the state, between the counties, between the local civilian healthcare facilities. We're all competing for the same people. So what HB 1, this amendment 0936 does is it recognizes that we could, in theory, try to hire thousands of more people, but in reality, the number that we can actually hire is much more limited because there is a workforce shortage and competition across the entire healthcare delivery spectrum. And so with an authorization that came over of 3,226 positions, of which 88 were unfunded, if you subtract that 88, you're down around 3,140. And then when you take a look at the fact that we are, as a policy decision, have decided to close the Sununu Center, that will free up another 96 people. So if you take that 88 and that 96, then we're down to 3,042. This HB1 recognizes those reductions and then takes an additional 42. So to make it an even 3,000. Now, what does that 3,000 represent? Well, given the current vacancy rate as of 11 March, of the approximately 350 vacancies, the department can go out and fill 88% of them before they hit this ceiling. So while it looks like a reduction on paper, I think in reality, there is a tremendous amount of hiring, new hires that the department can do. And I think as anyone who's ever worked in a corporation knows, when you hire a large contingent of new people, it takes a very long time to get them trained and acclimated to the work culture and the environment and becoming productive. And so HB1, in my view, is recognition of the reality that the workforce is limited and the department still has, in reality, a lot of room to grow before they hit this new threshold. Does that answer your question?
Yes, and the next section, 65, I think.
It's hard to hear you.
I'm sorry. 65.
So is that the financial cut?
Yes.
Okay, so then, thank you for the question. If you go back a page, whoever's doing the screen, could you go back a page real quick? No, the other way. Somebody who's doing the screen sharing, go back. Okay, so then the second line item, these two are really twins. They're Siamese twins. They go together. The budget reduction. So now we can go to page 3 on the screen share to see the amendment. And what this does is it recognizes that the department can manage a higher lag and make some priority decisions on where to focus their resources. And so in the first year of the budget, it requires a back of the budget reduction of $30 million. And in the second year, 20 million for 50 million for the biennium. And in doing so, we prioritized, and there's a lot of words here, but I'm just, so just generally the description is we prioritized direct healthcare services. Where there is a patient that needs treatment, we've protected the governor's budget. And those, to be specific, those areas include all developmental services, to include acquired brain disorders and children's in-home support services, the Children's Health Insurance Program, and the county programs, to include the state share of funding for nursing facilities and other long-term care facilities, such as the CFI program. So we in this amendment are protecting every place that the department is paying for direct health care for New Hampshire's beneficiaries, which leaves them an opportunity to prioritize among their other programs and invest where they need to. Now, this is still more money than they're going to spend in the current year. When it all said and done, it's not as big as their budget for the current year, but when we look at the actual spending, this is a higher budget than that. What else did I want to say about that? I think those are my main points. Do you have a follow-on?
No, I just
Okay.
wanted
All
to
right.
make sure that we covered this.
All right.
Okay. Before I come to Representative Hatch, I've been watching Representative Nordgren has her hand up. So Representative Nordgren and then Representative Hatch.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Edwards, for your presentation. I did want to clarify for the other members of the committee, when you spoke about the amendment on page 3, about the personnel related appropriations and the number of positions that were being deleted. I think you were erroneous in one of your comments. The Sununu Center employees on page 29 of House Bill 2 are given priority for being hired, and we're hoping to retrain those people who lose their employment there. So I don't think they should be counted in that number. We're hoping they're not. I also wanted to call question on page 2, row 33, family planning program. I don't really have any definition of what providers would be awarded this money. I don't see anything that clarifies it in House Bill 2. I was just hoping for a clarification of what sort of people you would want to attract to receive these funds. Thank you.
So I'll do that second question first. When we reviewed and approved this in committee, there was a footnote associated with it in HB1. And the footnote, I'm not seeing the footnote there, but the footnote, as I recall, stipulated that no more than $10,000 could be granted per new awardee of a contract. So the idea is if you're a federally funded health clinic and you haven't been competing for state family planning dollars, if you became a competitor and you were to win a bid and you were new, then there might be some one-time costs associated with getting into the program that up to $10,000 would defray, or otherwise it would serve as a bonus to increase competition. And that line was in the footnote for HB1.
Thank you. May I ask a further question?
Sure.
So just a clarification. So these organizations would have to previously or currently have federal funding for their organization, federal government funding.
No, it's just that these would be new awardees of state, federal, state family planning programs. That's what that footnote says.
But we don't have any other criteria.
An example of one that could compete. Not that that's an exhaustive list, but pretty much anyone who wants to compete for family planning, counseling, and programs, if they're a new awardee, they would be eligible for up to $10,000 per awardee, new awardee. And that was in the footnote that we reviewed in Division 3 committee. That was part of the discussion on that line item.
Yes, I see it here in my papers. Thank you.
Sure.
All set?
Other questions on HB one?
All right, are you finished, Representative Nordgren?
Yes, thank you.
Representative Hatch for a question.
There's an alignment between hospitals, other healthcare providers need to fill positions, having vast vacant positions, ID and nurses, physical therapists, X-ray technicians, adding tonight, as there is, with those vacant positions in HHS. Those are the same type of healthcare professionals are showing vacancies in HHS as in healthcare professionals would seem to equate to types of personnel. And I was trying to clarify.
So they aren't, okay, go back to high school algebra where they had a Venn diagram and.
I think in the math side, I don't think hospital.
Yeah.
High school.
No, I'm just trying to answer your question for the other people who are just hearing the question.
So
So-
Chairman Weiler,
So,
sorry to cut off, but on Zoom, we could not hear Representative Hatch's question. I don't know if he's near a microphone, but
I'll repeat Representative Hatch's question as I understand it, since he doesn't have a microphone. But the question, as I understand it, is I made a comment that New Hampshire has workforce shortages and that there's competition for scarce manpower between the state agencies, county agencies, and civilian healthcare organizations. And so his question was meant to clarify my remark to whether or not there was an exact overlap between the types of people that the state needs to hire into DHHS and those that are needed by the counties and by the civilian providers. And so he's asking me to clarify that. Is that a fair characterization? Okay, so Representative Hatch agrees that that's a fair summary. And so I would go back to anyone who's seen those Venn diagrams where there's two different sets and they have an overlap in the middle and they have differences on in each of the sets as well. And so that kind of classic two set Venn diagram, I think would help graphically represent part of the answer, is that there is a tremendous amount of overlap. The more that you get on to direct hands-on providers like nurses, behavioral specialists, LPNs, and the like, then yeah, there's a whole lot of overlap. Now in the at the state level, you can see more administrators. You can also see a lot of public health specialists. And so there is a distinction also in the from the state to the civilian healthcare provider, but there's a tremendous amount of overlap. And I think the bigger point, a bigger point that needs emphasis is that the entire state is suffering from a long-term chronic issue with just not having enough healthcare providers in the state to meet all the demands of all of the jobs. And I, for one, would rather to have scarce medical resources out into the communities, touching patients, rather than in a department on the phone, coordinating care between other care providers. I have a bias towards direct hands-on healthcare. Does that answer your question, sir?
Not really. Thank you for
He does not think that answered his question really, so, but I'm just repeating because you don't have a microphone.
All right, we have Representative Porter with her hand up, and Representative Nordgren, your hand is still up. Is there additional questions?
Yes, I had a follow-up question, but you could take Representative Porter first.
All right, Representative Porter for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Edwards. I'm not sure you can answer this question for me. I know at the county level, we have struggled with getting people to work in our nursing home, for example. Does the state set a certain pay scale which anybody that has Medicaid reimbursement needs to follow, or are the counties free to pay what they want versus the state DHHS pay what they want? Does that question make sense? Yeah, I guess my question is there a unified pay scale? And if so, who sets it
You
for
know,
healthcare workers?
you're asking me a question that I'm a little leery to answer because I think I know about a 90% answer to your question. I'm not a Medicaid billing expert. And so if you'll accept a little bit of tolerance in my answer, the way it is essentially is that the providers set their rates based on what they think they need to charge. And then different payers will reimburse their rates based on their own formulas. Commercial insurance companies tend to pay the best, and then Medicare pays less, but Medicaid pays the least. And so in general, the Medicaid rate is set, whether it's set at the state level or set at the federal level. That's where I'm a little gray. I'm not sure, but the Medicaid rate scale gets set by a central entity working for one of the government levels. And I believe a few years ago, New Hampshire established that we would pay the same Medicaid rate throughout the state, that we wouldn't have distinctions for Manchester versus Coos County. I believe that's true. I remember that, I think, from my HHS days. There's another thing that's really close to what you're asking, and that is, does the state ever decide to enter into a rate agreement with different kinds of care providers? And in fact, we do. And we have a program called CFI. And for Representative Wallner, can you refresh me on what CFI means?
Choices for Independence.
Choices for Independence. Thank you, sir. Choices for Independence is a program that helps the elderly stay in their home for a longer period of time before going into a skilled nursing facility. So these Choices for Independence help the families keep mom and dad at home longer, but do show up regularly to provide care and support. The state has set the rate for those kinds of services. And one of the discussions that we had in this cycle was whether or not the rate that has recently been increased is really going to be enough. And so we're actually intending to work with provider community for CFI and the Senate to see if they may be able to improve upon the rate that's been established. So it's at least a couple of different ways, and I hope that answers your question, because I can't possibly tap dance on that answer any longer.
Thank you.
Representative Nordgren for a question.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to go back to Representative Edwards and my concern about the issue of the personnel issue in the Sununu Center. I'm not sure you answered that question of my concern that we shouldn't be counting them in our list of the number of employees that will be cut, because I'm thinking we don't want that to be something they would be concerned about, because it is in House Bill 2 on page 29 that will try to relocate them or give them training for other jobs in the state. Thank you.
Right. So So what I was trying to explain with that, and thank you for asking me to clarify, because it can and should be clarified. And that is that the vacancy rate at the Sununu Center was relatively small, and they were authorized about 96 people. So that's 96 people who are currently state employees that once the Sununu Center closes, those positions there will no longer be authorized in the second year of this budget. But you're absolutely right. We made it a priority to retain and retrain those people. And so the point I was trying to make earlier is that that's manpower that's going to be freed up for the commissioner to reprogram to higher priority needs. And so that was really my point, is that for the folks who are concerned about the head count being lower than the governor's budget, I would say, you know, it's mitigated to an extent, because here are 96 positions that can be reallocated to ongoing higher priority needs. The people can stay. They just need to be retrained and cross-trained and recategorized in some cases.
Representative Leishman for a question.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thank the Chair of Division 3 for taking my question. So we've often heard that New Hampshire is a state that sends more money to Washington than we ever get back. And I was looking at line 105 as far as federal funds, and I see for the biennium, there's $77 million in federal funds that would be cut. Is this just increasing the amount of money we send to Washington? Or maybe you could explain the $77 million and how that might impact what we are sending to Washington and getting back. Line 106, 105.
All right, you may remember when I was talking about the Medicaid Management Information System and how we would be moving it from HB1 to HB2. Okay, so when you move it from HB1 to HB2 does not recognize the federal funds that go with it. And I tried at the time to, when I was talking about it, to say that it looks like it's a really big cut in federal funding, but in fact, it's not, because the Joint Legislative Fiscal Committee will still accept that federal money. So the vast majority of this total of $77 million is related to money that we're still going to bring in to the state through that HB2 transfer. Now, if I'm not sitting at a desk where I can flip through this stuff quickly, but let me try to find the exact number. Like if you go to line 24 on page 1 of that horse blanket, down at the bottom, it says 67.6 million. That 67.6 million looks like a cut in federal funds, but it's not. It's just taking it off of the HB1 spreadsheet, because we'll still get it through the Joint Fiscal Committee. So that 67.6 million finds its way to that line 105. And that line 105, again, I'm just flipping through paper here, is 77 million. So all but 10 million pretty much is explained by that one transaction. And frankly, I'm not prepared to answer where the other 10 million, what's going on with the other 10 million.
Thanks, I appreciate your answers.
Representative Heath for a question.
You want to grab his mic?
Oh, yeah, there you go.
My question's a quick one. Just simply, usually working in a former employee of a state agency, we were always told that when it's the budget time, that you include all federal dollars if you anticipate them coming. So in fact, you don't have to go to fiscal. So you have a total budget picture the way it should be. Could you explain why that you would take it out at this point? Or maybe I'm not understanding.
Well, okay, so this was explained to me by both the chief financial officer of the department and our LBA assistant, Mr. Ripple. And by moving the money out of HB1, we just don't reflect the federal money associated with that money, those general funds. We don't show those federal funds on HB2, even though that they can come in. So it's a state accounting method. It's not anything I've done or made up.
Any further questions? Seeing none. Representative Edwards moves and Representative Earth seconds that the report from Division 3 on HB1 be accepted. Is there any further discussion? Representative Wallner.
Thank you, Chairman Weiler. It's my intention to vote against HB1. And, you know, I sat here this morning and I listened to the other divisions and I thought, my goodness, no reductions in those divisions. But when you come to Division 3, where we serve the neediest people in our state, children, the elderly, the lowest income people, you'll see there's $50 million back of the budget reduction, as well as a $22 million reduction in personnel cost at the Department of Health and Human Services. All of those, as many of you know, also will cause there to be less federal dollars available. The $50 million is general funds. That stands to lose us probably close to another 50 million. So from services to New Hampshire citizens, we are reducing our budget by at least 100 million. When you look at the $22 million in positions, which is 226 positions. Some of those positions will be child protection positions, positions who work with the elderly, positions who may work in our public health labs. I mean, it's such a vast array of services provided by that department. And it really bothered me that there were few, if any, reductions in the other divisions. And Division 3 ended up with many million dollars worth of reductions. So for that reason, I'm voting no on House Bill 1. Division 3's House.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chair?
Representative Edwards.
I would just like to respond to that. That from the previous budget to the current budget, the budget was increased 18% for the department. That's unsustainable. 18% is more than the state can support. And what we've done with the next budget is, by the time you take a look at the previous budget, the current budget, and the next budget, there's ongoing steady growth from year to year to year. There's still plenty of headcount for the number of people who are available in a very tight job market to be added and to be hired. What we're asking the department management to do is to grow, but to grow at a reasonable, planned, and sustainable rate that the state can absorb. And asking the taxpayers of the state to pay more coming out of a pandemic, when we have so many businesses and homes needing to reestablish themselves, I think we just need to keep some perspective that the department is going to grow. It's not going to grow at 18% a year.
Any further discussion?
I have my hand up, Mr. Chairman.
I see both Representative Ober and Representative Nordgren. Representative Ober.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With all due respect to the previous finance chair and my colleague who just spoke, she started by saying the other divisions made no cuts. If she had been listening this morning, she would have heard that Division 1 cut nearly $20 million. In addition, we added on nearly $30 million of spending that the other two divisions could benefit from. I know that none of us want to cut our divisions. Every cut in my division hurt. The division members didn't like them. I didn't like them. I feel fairly certain that that was the same with what happened in Division 3, but we need to be on record. Other divisions did make cuts, and other divisions also added revenue above and beyond what we had. And Mr. Chairman, just a gentle reminder, as you know, at 2:30, I have to go to another meeting that was previously scheduled long before this was scheduled. And thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Representative Nordgren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be voting against this House Bill 1. And I think I would again call into question, as Representative Wallner noted, the back of the budget cut of 30 million the first year and 20 million the second year really makes it clear that we have not done the work we should have done. This is an easy thing to do. I think of also our concern, and I know Representative Wallner, Representative Rogers shared this concern. The department lapsed millions of dollars last year. And obviously with the pandemic and everything else going on, there are probably some reasons for that. But it's my concern that what our budget does needs to happen. And I think the lapsing and the cuts that we leave up to the department will be putting a lot of people and agencies in peril. And I would also call attention to the questions I had on the family planning line of $15,000. I don't think we have enough definition of what that does, and I will be voting against House Bill 1. Thank you.
Representative Rogers.
Chairman, I too will be voting against this budget, in large part because of what it takes away from family planning. I have great concerns with this change in funding in combination with House Bill 2's change. In reality, what will happen is the number of our health clinics will not be able to survive, and a woman's right to choose is going to be severely limited in this state in the coming years. I don't think that we have a right to do that in the state. And while the friend will argue that, oh, he's not doing anything to affect that, we all know that it is. By having grants to have new clinics come forward and take up the cudgel, if you will, or whatever, and have the slack that they've taken up will be feeling of what to do, whatever. That's all. But people are not going to be allowed to have an abortion when they need to. And that's the first. I think we should have been more open about it and transparent. I don't think it should have been done the way it was done. The policy should have been argued in the policy committee and brought forward that way, not done with a sleight of hand in the budget. That's not the way we do things. There have been people that believe we are funding the board now, and everybody around this table at least knows that no state and no federal money go toward funding any abortion service. What these clinics do with the money we give them is they do testing for STDs, they do cancer screenings, they do women's health care. And for a number of very poor women in the state, it's the only way they can afford to get that health care. They don't have insurance, they can't pay for it that way. And if these clinics goes out of business, where are they going to go? I guess we'll find out if this passes. So for that reason and others that has been talked about by other members around this table, I can't vote for this budget. Thank you very much for your time. That's it.
Mr. Chair, may I respond to that?
Representative Edwards.
So to just describe the funding growth in the family planning line, at the end of FY19, the state invested $596,000 in family planning. At the end of the first year of this budget, we've accepted the governor's budget request for family planning. That's at $812,000. So to go from 596 to 812 is more than a 10% per year increase in family planning. There is absolutely no shortfall in the family planning. In addition to that 812, we put an extra 50,000 in to stimulate additional competition to help ensure that there is no problem with access to care. So we have, there's a House Bill 2 that still needs to be talked about, but in terms of family planning is going to do very, very well under this budget. We've protected it. We've increased it more than 10% a year since FY19.
Okay, I see people keep coming back and coming back. I'd like to cut this short because we're having a lot of repetition. Did you want to reply, Representative Rogers? And you don't have that good a microphone. I can't understand a lot of what you're saying.
I'm sorry, I'm in a car coming back from a medical appointment, so I apologize. I just want to say that people should think very carefully about the words that are said here. We all know that statistics and budget numbers can be translated in many ways. And I would just tell people that they should really check the numbers, because in reality, the numbers that are being thrown about with family planning can be looked at a number of ways. And I think that if we look at the general fund versus federal funds, the makeup of the numbers on family planning are interpreted by many of us very different than Representative Edwards interprets them. And I think that language is important. So I would just ask people to look very carefully before they make their assumptions. Thank you for letting me respond.
Thank you. Representative Nordgren, do you have anything new?
No, thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, because additional numbers were brought up, I think I need to address those as well.
Representative Edwards.
All right, thank you, sir. So to keep in context, the $812,000 in family planning money that we're investing, it should be compared. A lot of people are concerned about whether or not Planned Parenthood of Northern New England is going to be able to continue to compete for family planning dollars. And in the last year, Planned Parenthood received probably about $350K of the family planning money. Well, what is $350K? Last year, Planned Parenthood spent $600,000 on lobbying. Last year, Planned Parenthood spent $2 million on marketing. Last year, 32% of Planned Parenthood's money came from Medicaid. In the coming year, it's projected that the federal government will write a direct appropriation to Planned Parenthood to the tune of $800,000 a year. So this little tiny dollop of state monies for family planning will be used to help family planning counseling and to provide services. And I don't think anyone needs to worry about the financial wherewithal of Planned Parenthood.
Representative Nordgren.
My hand isn't up and I have no comment. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will call the roll on the acceptance by the committee of Division Three's House Bill 1 recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Ober,
Yes.
Representative Umberger,
Yes.
Representative Turcott,
Representative Turcott votes yes.
President the Burge,
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich,
Yes.
Representative Earth, Representative Griffin. Yes. Representative Edwards,
Edwards is yes.
Representative Doucette,
Yes.
Representative Lynn,
Yes.
Representative Wallner, Representative Norgren,
No,
Representative Bucco,
No.
Representative Leishman,
No.
Representative Hatch,
No.
Representative Rogers. Representative Rogers,
No.
thank you. Representative Walsh,
No.
Representative Heath. Heath vote no. Representative Porter,
No.
thank you. And Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 12-9 in the affirmative.
Motion is adopted. Next, Representative Edwards will brief us on the Division 3 changes to HB 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and for the screen share, that's it right there. So, Mr. Chairman, I think we've talked about the first two HB1 items, so I'll move to HB2 on line 24. This deals with the county cap issue that I discussed earlier because it had such a significant HB1 effect. But this is the amendment necessary to execute the anticipation of the increased FMAP funding, trying to hold current and future rates of increase for the counties at 2%. It also shows the dollar amounts that we would appropriate from general funds to the counties to help cover county nursing home expenses. The next item, the prospective repeal regarding eligibility of services extended. I have to put on my glasses. So we repealed section 25 because the purpose of section 25 had been a recurring kicking of an amendment year after year. It had been in there for 10 years, and now because a statute is going into effect, it was no longer needed. So we just simply deleted section 25. The next one on the repeal of a current exemption. This was proposed by the governor. The only thing that we did to this as an amendment, the governor wanted the repeal authority or the exemption authority rather, to end January 1 of 23. The department wanted June of 23. On a 6-1 vote, we voted to support the department's request to extend it to June of 23. But that was a non-controversial amendment otherwise. The next one, section 33, was a correction that was submitted to pick up an extra $100,000 that was available that we just hadn't accounted for. Section 34, this is the amendment to the reproductive health facilities line. This is the one area that I'm sure has stimulated the most contention in Division 3. It essentially says that family planning money should be given to those services that are providing the full range of family medical planning, but don't also have reproductive health facility services under the same roof. If you go to the RSA and you look at reproductive health facilities in general, but not exactly, but in general, a reproductive health facility is an outpatient abortion clinic. So when people, laymen, are looking at this, they can think of it as just saying we're looking for physical and financial separation between clients coming in for family planning services and having abortions provided under the same roof. This does not affect in any way the counseling that a woman can get, because the full range of counseling will be available. Abortion is a constitutionally protected medical service in this country, and we would never, I hope we would never consider banning a woman from being told about all of her options. Regardless of how we may believe of them, they are constitutionally protected. So Section 35 was a partial acceptance of an Alvarez and Martinez outside consulting study. We got this report very late in our process, very late, 2 weeks later than it was available to the department. And there were 4 recommendations that we picked up that spent some money, about $3.3 million, but the payoff period was excellent. We got about 10.6 million from that 3.3 million investment within the first biennium. So that just was a no-brainer. We accepted that section with an amendment. Then Section 37 was a proposal in the governor's budget to invest 1.5 million at senior citizen centers to help them purchase barriers and other infrastructure to help with the COVID protection. And the issue we had with this, the reason that we deleted it was that although we supported the concept and the need entirely, there's about 800 different organizations in the state that would qualify as a senior citizen center. So, and there was nothing in the section that dealt with who was eligible, who was not, and how the bids would go. And with a little tiny amount of 1.5 million, it would have been smarter for the state to just write $2,000 checks to each senior citizen center, but the department can't do that. They can only give money to somebody that they have a legitimate contract with. So because the overhead expenses were take up such a huge portion of the 1.5, we just simply deleted it. Number 38, we discussed earlier. This was $200,000 initially that was in HB2 for an ongoing operation, an ongoing expense. So we moved it out of HB2 into HB1. And when we moved it, we discovered $600,000 of federal funds that is attached to it. So that 600,000 also got added back to the budget from the federal line when we moved the 200,000 in HB1. Item 39, I would say would be one of the 2 greatest areas of agreement that we had. Section 39 was a proposal in the governor's budget to go ahead and build a new forensic mental health hospital on the grounds of near the New Hampshire hospital. And it had language in there essentially taking general funds and in lieu of capital funds. It went from a 25-bed facility, which was approved in the previous biennium, to 60 beds with really no explanation of the difference between the two. So what we did here was we deleted Section 39 from the version we're going to send over the Senate, and the Division 3 is going to have a joint hearing with Public Works and with HHS on April 12th so that we can dig deeper into this issue. And then from there, we intend to provide notes over to the Senate for their consideration. We just didn't have time to hear everything that needed to be heard on that. And then the last one, those were all the changes to HB2, the sections that we inherited. Then we started a bunch of new ones that are really the first one is around the Medicaid Management Information System. We moved that from HB1 over to HB2. I've talked about that. So this is a new line item, Amendment 0935 to do that. We, on the child care services, I'm having trouble remembering the child care services. Let me look at that. I think we added funds. It's my memory, but I should double check.
I can help Mr. Chairman if you like.
Okay. So this amendment was an authorization to use TANF money, which is federal money that may be available if the commissioner were to determine that we have a employment-related wait list for child care services. And so, so this was us trying to help solve a wait list problem for child care services related to employment and to use federal funds to help make up the shortfall. So the next one, relative to state of emergency declaration, this is one that we had some controversy in the committee. And what this basically does is it allows the governor to declare a state of emergency and to begin meeting his executive obligations under a state of emergency, but it calls in a need to get the legislature involved in extending the state of emergency beyond the first 21 days. And so if the legislature is deemed to be able to meet with a quorum, then the legislature needs to meet in order to extend the state of emergency. But if we cannot get a quorum from the legislature, then the governor can continue to extend on 21-day increments. So that's an end of the, that would bring the legislature back into being a co-equal branch with the governor during a state of emergency. From there down, there's a series of amendments related to closure of the Sununu Center, transferring property, making sure that people are retained. Everyone who has a job at the Sununu Center is expected to be counseled and helped with the retraining and reclassification process so that they can continue as state employees. And then it transfers the property over to administrative services without prejudice, meaning there's different opinions on how that land could be repurposed, but our committee was silent on what we intend the land to be used for. And with that, sir, I'll take any questions if there are any.
Okay, Representative Nordgren for a question.
No, my hand isn't up. Sorry.
Okay, no question.
Nope.
Representative Leishman for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if we could go back to section 34, question for the chair of Division 3. So I appreciate you saying that a woman's right to choose is constitutionally protected, but as I read the amendment, it would appear to be that it just makes it a lot more difficult for that woman to protect her constitutional from abortion. I mean, that's how I read it.
So as it stands now, the majority of the family planning clinics that receive state money do not provide abortion services. I don't know if many people know that, but the majority do not. And so this is not a prohibition on the client, the woman receiving counseling on abortion services, to include locations, to include help with the referral, to include the whole milieu of options that she has. All it does is it says that when she's walking down the hallway to the family planning counselor, she's not walking by abortion procedure rooms. There will be a physical and financial separation between the counseling and the abortion provision. Abortion in that setting is very much like a self-referral. Federal law has for decades recognized the anti-kickback issues around physicians and other providers being able to refer to their own services, and have forced providers to be at arm's length when there's a perception that there could be a financial inducement to weigh on one type of referral over another. So this is a rule that has been taken through courts and has been validated as something that the state can establish.
Representative Nordgren, did you have your hand up?
No, but I'll comment. I guess I'm a bit upset with the characterization of Representative Edwards in what the family planning organizations do, and that they would make kickback money. I mean, that's just totally wrong and misstated, and I can't believe people believe that. But I also wanted to comment on the emergency order issue. I think that's something that obviously the chair of finance told us was because he needed votes, and this was inserted at the last minute. So that's a frustration. But I would also thank Representative Weiler and Representative Wallner in their great collaboration in putting together all the amendments we needed to move forward with the Sununu Center. And I think that's something we did as a group, and that was well done. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Porter for comment or a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would like to ask Representative Edwards, many of the abortions that are performed are what's called medical abortions, which a doctor prescribes a pill that the patient takes at home. How will the family planning clinics need to have a special building and staff it so that people can go in and talk to their doctor and get a prescription under this provision?
I'm missing some of the words in what you're saying, and I'm concerned that they're critical words in your question.
Want me to ask it again, Representative?
Yes, please, because for some reason there's a muffle in a few of those words.
Let me check my volume. Is that better?
I hope so. Let's try it again.
So my question is that many abortions that are performed are what is called medical abortions, where a doctor or physician prescribes a pill that a patient takes at home.
Right.
Under the provisions of this amendment, would a family planning clinic have to have a separate building and staff a separate building to give prescriptions to their patients for a medical abortion?
That's a really great question. It's the first time I've heard the question in hundreds of emails and many hours of testimony. That's the first time I've heard that question. And I'll just state frankly that I don't know. The term reproductive health facility is defined in RSA 130:37. I would need to go back over to that to figure out whether or not the ability to prescribe what's the right word? The ability to prescribe that particular pill to terminate a pregnancy. I don't know if that's defined currently as an abortion or as a contraceptive. And I know that there's been court cases on both sides of that. And I just can't tell you that I know the answer because I don't.
Thank you.
Representative Nordgren, do you have your hand up?
No, I don't.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, Representative Edwards moves and Representative Earth seconds that Division Three's changes to HB2 be accepted by the Finance Committee. Clerk will call the, is there any further discussion? Representative Wallner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am going to vote against House Bill 2. But before I do, I just want to say thank you to all the members of our division. I think everyone here today and watching out there in Zoom land can tell how difficult the work of Division 3 is. So I just want to thank all of the members of the division for the hard work that we've done. The LBA staff has been incredible. They've been there with us through the whole thing, and they deserve a lot of praise and a lot of thanks. I don't think we could have done this without Zoom. At the beginning, I never would have thought we could have gotten through it, but we did. And thank goodness for technology. It actually ended up working pretty well most of the time. And I want to say a special thanks to the people at the Department of Health and Human Services who were there with us throughout these sessions. They've been there every day. Karen Rounds and her team, they were incredible. They were really helpful, and I really appreciate all the help they gave our division. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope that my sound is a little better now. I want to say that I again have to vote against House Bill 2 for a similar reason. I think that it was clear when we talked about House Bill 1 that certain representatives want to use this budget to defund certain places such as Planned Parenthood. And the amendment to this, which requires a separate facility for certain clinics to do abortions in and abortion services, is an impossible standard to meet. The clinics that exist in this state with their facilities are not wealthy. They would need to construct or purchase separate buildings from where they are now, which is probably impossible for most of them, which will in reality require that they either close or they no longer perform services or no longer accept or ask for grants from the state. And we lose their services, which I think would be disastrous for the state of New Hampshire. Whether someone is pro-life or pro-choice, I still think that we need to have these available. Not everybody's going to take and use these services, but I think they should be there. And as I said, I don't think we should be deciding this policy in the Finance Committee. We often say we don't do policy, but I guess we do. And I guess we now do it more than we ever have in the past. As I said, you can argue that, oh, they can still exist, but the reality is far different than that. And we can do double speak, we can do 1984 language corrections and say anything we want. But if we get down to the truth of the matter, then I think we can all see what's going on. So I can't vote for this. In addition, as others have mentioned, I can't support the total dismantling of the Health and Human Services Department. Yes, there might be 3,000 employees. It's a large department. Some would even say too large, and we maybe should split it into separate departments. But that doesn't mean we should make them work so that they can't perform the duties we've given them to perform. We've been through a pandemic where there's been hiring freezes and they haven't been allowed to fill vacancies. We've shifted things on them, and now we're just telling them to do more with less. And that might be popular rhetoric to ask people to do. But then when we come back in 2 years and they've been able to do even less than they've been able to do during a pandemic with programs other than dealing with the disease that's put us all here, are we going to cut them again? I hope not. I hope then we'll maybe listen. So I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for all the work that many of us have put in. But I hope that maybe we'll stop the rhetoric someday and actually get down to business. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Representative Nordgren, did you leave your hand up or is this something new?
I did put it up this time. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't be voting for this budget either. And as Mary Jane said, I would compliment the staff at the department. They were with us the whole way. They met with us when we needed to figure things out. And obviously Kevin Ripple and the staff at LBA have been there all along the way. And I'm sure they had a long weekend helping organize us. I guess it's disturbing to me, having been here probably way too long, that the Health and Human Services budget seemed to have been put together by the right wing of the Republican Party. And I can't remember a time in my history here where that's been so blatantly announced to everybody. So I will be voting against this budget. Thank you.
Representative Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I consider the term right wing Republican to be a disparaging term, but I'll move on from that, because what I really want to do is I want to acknowledge and thank as being new to finance and being new as a chair, how much I appreciated Representative Nordgren as the previous chair stepping in and helping me and giving me advice, and then Representative Walden throughout the whole time has been a great mentor and willing to talk with me. I really appreciate that, and I've appreciated and enjoyed Representative Rogers' participation. So everyone I think on the committee worked hard, and we tried to find where we could agree to agree. And obviously we did find those places where we can agree. But Mr. Ripple and the staff has been great. The department's been great. I think we're giving the department a good budget. They can grow, but they just need to grow a little bit more responsibly than what had been anticipated. Thank you.
Anybody else? Is your hand still up, Representative Nordgren?
No,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, we're ready for the question. The clerk will call the roll on the acceptance of HB 2 changes by Division 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Ober. I believe she's out. Representative Umberger.
Yes.
Representative Turcott.
Representative Turcott, yes.
Representative Thurbush.
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich.
Yes.
Representative Urf. Representative Griffin.
Yes.
Representative Edwards.
Yes.
Representative Doucette.
Yes.
Representative Lynn.
Yes.
Representative Wallner.
No.
Representative Nordgren.
No,
Representative Bucco,
No.
Representative Leishman,
No.
Representative Hatch,
No.
Representative Rogers,
No.
Representative Walls,
No.
Representative Heath, Representative Porter,
No.
Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 11-9 in the affirmative.
Motion is adopted. We have some more important things to do. You all have the full committee. There's some amendments. Hope you can find that piece. The first page is the latest estimates of unrestricted revenue. This was an update from Representative Major. It's another 43 million, but it was too late by the time we got it to start down and start working on it all over again. But any good suggestions can go to the Senate, and we can know that they'll have that and probably some more money. So I'll entertain a motion to adopt the estimates of unrestricted revenue.
So moved.
Representative Turcott moves.
I second.
Representative Umberger seconds to adopt the estimates of unrestricted revenue. Any further discussion? Representative Nordgren? You're muted.
I'm fine. Could it be scrolled down so we could see the bottom? Thank you.
Yeah, there's a couple of pages to it.
Okay, all right. I'm sure we'll get it in email. Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? Clerk will call a roll on adopting the new estimates of unrestricted revenue.
Representative Ober. Here, Representative Umberger,
Yes.
Representative Turcott,
Yes.
Representative Thavarish,
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich,
Yes.
Representative Earth, Representative Griffin, Representative Edwards,
Yes.
Representative Doucette,
Yes.
Representative Lynn,
Yes.
Representative Waldner.
Yes.
I'm sorry, was that a yes? Yes. Oh, thank you. Representative Norgren,
Yes,
Representative Bucco,
Yes.
Representative Leishman,
Yes.
Representative Hatch,
Yes.
Representative Rogers,
Yes.
Representative Walls,
Yes.
Representative Heath, Representative Porter,
Yes.
Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 20-0 in favor of the motion.
Thank you. Motion is adopted. Next, move on to amendments to HB 2. Representative Turcott moves the adoption of amendment number 10. Let me find the right page here. The amendment of 1034H. Representative Doucette seconds. Further discussion?
I'm trying to get my hand up.
That's the next one. Oh, this is the FMLA. Okay. All right. Any further discussion?
I put my hand up, sir.
what are we voting
Representative Edwards.
I intend to vote for this amendment. The family medical leave is a great policy, and I'm sure that it's operating under a great concept. But this is an outstanding kind of bill that really ought to go through a full policy hearing and have a fiscal note attached to it so that we can see what's really what will happen if we pass it. But I'll be supporting this amendment.
Thank you. Representative Turcott.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to speak in favor of this. I find it, the FMLI, the best place is not for it to be in House Bill 2. In my opinion, it is not great policy to begin with. Plans like this already exist in the private market, and those plans are extremely expensive. I'm not for putting FMLI, cost of it on the taxpayers as this currently would do. And I think that's good for now. Thank you.
Thank you. I couldn't tell if Representative Doucette had his hand up. Okay. Representative Nordgren.
No, I don't have my hand up. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will call the roll on amendment 1034.
Right, Mr. Chairman, who moved that motion?
Representative Turcott and Representative Doucette seconded.
Doucette, okay, very good. All right, Representative Ober is not here. Representative Umberger,
Yes.
Representative Turcott,
Yes.
Representative Burridge,
With reservations, yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich,
Yes.
Representative Earth, Representative Griffin. Thank you. Representative Edwards,
Yes.
Representative Doucette,
Yes.
Representative Lynn,
Yes.
Representative Waldner,
Yes.
Representative Norgren,
Yes.
Representative Bucco,
Yes.
I'm Frankie.
Representative Leishman,
Yes.
Representative Hatch,
Yes.
Representative Rogers,
Yes.
Representative Walls,
Yes.
Representative Heath, Representative Porter,
Yes.
and Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 20-0 in the affirmative.
The motion is adopted. Next, we have a reduction in the business profits tax. This was requested at the last minute by the Ways and Means Committee. Representative Ober put her name on it. But because the revenue picture, Ways and Means didn't think we could afford to go from 7.7 to 7.5. So they made it from 7.7 to 7.6, and that's a change in what we had done originally. So this is a tax reduction, but not to the same extent that it was before. I'll entertain a motion. Anybody want to make the motion to adopt Amendment 1031H?
So moved.
Emmerich so moves.
Representative Umberger moved, and who was the second? Representative Burge. Any further discussion on this? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on the motion to adopt amendment number 1031 to HB 2.
1031H. HB2. Representative Umberger,
Yes.
Representative Turcott,
Turcott, yes.
Representative Burridge,
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich,
Yes.
Representative Earth, Representative Griffin,
Yes.
Representative Edwards,
Yes.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Representative Lynn,
Yes.
Representative Wallner,
No.
Representative Norgren,
No.
Representative Bucco,
No.
Representative Leishman,
No.
Representative Hatch,
No.
Representative Rogers,
No.
Representative Walls,
No.
Representative Heath, Representative Porter,
No.
Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 11-9 in the affirmative.
And the motion is adopted. Lastly, we'll have Representative Edwards introduce Amendment 1026H.
Yes, sir. Thank you. This is an issue that came to me really after we had adjourned our last Division 3 hearing. And what the situation is that as the department is integrating a number of services, one of the cornerstone foundational elements of the overall infrastructure is something referred to as a closed loop referral system. It's essentially a way, the closed loop part of it means regardless of where you are in the state, as you're being referred from one place to another, this IT system provides enabling technology to track those referrals. It's intended to enable improved coordination between providers and community-based non-healthcare providers, others that provide things like the social determinants of health, food security, housing security, and the like. So this issue is really one of about whether or not it's been reviewed adequately from a privacy perspective, because anyone who touches any healthcare IT system in the state will potentially end up in this database under a master client index to where all referrals can be tracked. That's the point of it. The funding for this came from a federal grant, $700,000 directly to the department. When it came time for the executive council to approve this sole source contract, it was put on their agenda as informational only, so the executive council didn't even really look at it. And so what this amendment is doing is saying, go ahead, department, spend the $700,000 that you got from the federal funds, but before you start to spend more than that, you need to subject this system to a privacy review by the legislature. And it specifically calls out the House and Senate standing committees over Health and Human Services, and also the Health and Human Services Oversight Committee. I've spoken with the chairman of House HHSEA, who is also the chairman of the House Oversight. And he agrees that this privacy issue, based on other privacy issues that the committee has seen this term, is something that we really need to look at in light of our recently minted constitutional protection of privacy and a somewhat nonchalant attitude about the right of data ownership by the person. So this amendment attempts to establish a privacy review before more money is spent.
Representative Wallner for a question.
Yes. So Chairman Edwards, if I could ask, where did this amendment come from?
I drafted it like 12 hours after our last adjournment. I literally did not know this was an issue until after we finished our last session. So I worked with Mr. Ripple on an OLS on the language, and so it's from OLS.
So this is an amendment that's coming to us And I don't remember, I mean, I remember having discussion, but I don't remember us talking about this in division about closing the, not allowing them to expand. I don't remember us talking about that in division. Is that right?
It's really kind of hard for me to hear you because I have tinnitus and.
I'm sorry.
stuff. No, it's all right. I think what you're asking me is, did we talk about this in division? And no, we didn't. Because I literally didn't know about it until division meetings had been done, which is why I'm bringing it to the full committee and not having done our work in the division.
At this point, I'm going to vote no on this, mainly because I don't really have enough information and I really don't know what the consequences of this particular amendment will be. I've not had the opportunity to talk with the department about it, so I will be voting no on it.
Any further discussion? Oh, I think it was Representative Edwards moved amendment.
Nordgren?
Someone else says, Representative Nordgren.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I don't think you can see my hand up when you're standing there in that important podium.
Right behind where the hand goes up, there's something on your wall that sometimes I look and I can't tell whether it's the hand or that thing on the wall. Sorry.
Well, maybe I should move my chair. I would just like Representative Edwards to explain in more detail the role of the House and Senate. I guess it's a little vague to me, and I share the concerns that Representative Wallner has that we really don't understand what this means because we just saw it on a piece of paper. So maybe Representative Edwards could explain more what the role of the House and Senate would be. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I would describe the role as the people's representative. The people voted 81, 82% just a couple of years ago to establish a right to privacy in the New Hampshire Constitution. And this IT system is particularly assertive at reaching out and in an interconnected network kind of way, being able to pull records on individuals from widely disparate health systems and community-based services systems so that care coordinators can see in one snapshot all of the services that are touching each client that's in the database. And so there are things such as, has the client provided consent to the extent to which data will be pulled together from a wide range of systems? Has the client given permission for his or her information to be shared by anyone who happens to be in the network? Has the client been able to say, these groups can use my information, but these groups cannot? Can the client ask at a subsequent date for the system to delete and forget those things that can be deleted or forgotten? Medical information can't be deleted, but other things such as community contacts at a food pantry or clothing distribution site, those kinds of things can be forgotten. So there's an entire client privacy set of issues here that no one other than the department has looked at. And this particular system, the closed loop referral system, is really seems to be like the central connecting hub within the entire network to make sure that all of the records across the community-based providers can be integrated to create a single snapshot of all of those contact points with the community. As such, It's got a tremendous amount of personal information in it, a lot of personal health information. And so it should be subject to review by the people's body to make sure that the privacy rights of the people are being protected.
And I don't think most of us were even aware that this was existing with all this access to our information. You had further, Representative Wallner?
Nordgren, so can you tell me again, what would the Senate and House plan to do? Would they have hearings? Would they create a bill? Would they have legislation next session? I guess I don't understand your plan for how the House and Senate would be involved.
Well, specifically, it calls out the Health and Human Services Oversight Committee as an example. And the chairman of the Health and Human Services Oversight Committee is working with the department to add this topic to the agenda that's set in April. And so we will, I'm on that committee, and the other person that's on the committee, Representative Salloway, the three of us have talked and said that this is a pretty significant issue to be moving so rapidly without oversight of anyone in the legislature. And when the Executive Council had an opportunity to look at it, they simply had an information piece on it. So might there be a bill or something come out of it? There very well may be. But I can't prejudge the information. The department may in fact have outstanding, industry standard consent forms and information about how their information is getting used and how, if the client has any ability to be forgotten by the network. All of that could be perfect, and it would come across very quickly in an oversight committee, and the issue would be dropped, I think. But we don't know what we don't know yet. We just know that it's big enough to look at.
Representative Rogers and then Representative Lynn.
Yes, I just have a question. Actually, have you talked to the department and did they have any input into this at all?
No, the department did not talk to me as the chairman of Division 3, very interested in IT issues, very much involved with them on the MMIS issue, the ADT issue. This issue was not brought to me, and it had gone largely, it would have gone completely unaware to me had it not been told to me by a concerned citizen, a privacy advocate. So because of the shortness of time, getting the amendment and all, no, the department's not been consulted, but they would be consulted if HHS oversight adds them to the agenda in April.
And if I could do a follow-up?
Yes, follow up.
What would it be better to bring this to the Senate so that they would have the time to consult with the department and take a little more time looking at it?
Well, there's a couple of different ways of getting it to the Senate, as you know. I mean, we could pass it and the Senate will see it because it's the House position at that point. Or it could be administratively handed and coordinated with them. I don't know which way would be preferable in this situation. I'm advocating that we go ahead and add it to HB2 to be clear that to do our best to make sure the Senate sees it, because the privacy aspect of this is potentially enormous. And it's just really worth checking on, in my opinion.
I'm just concerned, Representative, because you're the only one that's had time to look at this. The division hasn't, the department hasn't. If it goes to the Senate as a suggested amendment, it gives time for the Senate to look at it more in depth without us putting in, we don't know what our position is right now. We know what your position is, but none of the rest of us have had a chance to really give it the time it deserves. So that's why I guess I would prefer that you bring it to the Senate and suggest that they add it in there when they've had time to look at it and not ask us to take a position on something that we know little about. Thank you very much.
Representative
I think
Lynn.
that's a very fair comment, and for completeness, Representative Urf has also looked at this to an extent equal to my own.
Representative Lynn.
Yeah, I guess I just have a question. My understanding, I mean, from, seeing doctors that I've seen is that this kind of thing is pretty standard. In other words, I think that my understanding is that, I have seen a number of doctors for different things, and that all of them have all of the information now on, because it's computerized, and actually I think that's pretty much a good thing. I understand the privacy concerns you raise, but I guess what I'm wondering is, I'm not quite sure why we're singling out this particular situation. I mean, maybe there should. I'm not necessarily saying I'm opposed to having a privacy inquiry into these kind of things, but I'm not quite sure why it would be limited to this, because as I say, my understanding is, and I think, as to the extent that I know this, I think that it's pretty standard for this kind of stuff to be done. And generally there are these consent forms that, I'm sure I've signed a million of these consent forms that I've haven't really read very closely, because frankly, I didn't care all that much. But that's really my question. Do we know that this isn't really very widespread beyond this one contract?
So thank you for the question. And the closed loop referral system is essentially intended to be a hub that in conjunction with the master client index, which is a unique identifier for every individual that touches the system. That master client index and the interconnection that's planned for what they refer to as the network can extend to every medical information system in the state and every community-based service in the state. So if a community-based service is providing transition housing or other housing assistance, or dealing with the food insecurity issue, or coordinating transportation, or the child advocate has been called out to the site, or law enforcement has gotten there. This is not just your doctor taking your medical information, and on that consent form, it says, I would like to be able to share this medical information with other people who I will involve in your healthcare. So when you are signing that consent form, you are allowing that provider to share, but the sharing is specifically defined in the typical consent form to taking care of your healthcare consistent with what the provider is doing for you. So it's an arrangement between doctors. This is totally different. This is a network that any system that touches any service that you get from the state or the government can interconnect. So there is a one-stop shop for the entire array of everything about you where you've touched one of the services. So it's 10 to 100 times the magnitude of what you're doing with a physician.
Just a follow-up, and
Follow
your
up.
understanding is, is there some kind of a consent form, or we just don't know?
I haven't reviewed it. I've been told that it says that you consent to share your information within the network. And then the question is network defined in a way in which you can reasonably understand the comprehensive nature of all of the data that's being compiled and integrated. So you could go, yeah, network, that sounds good, but then you don't know what's in the network. Is law enforcement in the network? Is the food pantry in the network? Is the domestic violence program in the network? Everything about you can be in that network, it seems.
Okay. Oh, I
And
see.
that's why we want to look into it, to make sure that you're protected, that you know what you're consenting to.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, so next I have Representative Erf, then Representative Wallner, then Representative Hatch.
So it even goes beyond what Representative Edwards was referring to. It's not only state and government, it's Meals on Wheels, it's the IDNs, it's your marriage counselor, it's anybody. And as far as what we've talked about here right now, I would think the questions that we have here would give us pause that the department did not come to us to ask us to implement a new program, which is what this is. As Representative Edwards says, not even the executive council was able to take a vote on this. As far as the consent goes, currently, it's basically a lot of gibberish, the kind of same sort of thing you get when you go and download a free app from your phone store and you agree. Furthermore, you got to imagine that many people in this situation are in not a great place mentally. If they're looking for food or they're looking for counseling or whatever, they're inclined just to do as you do when you get a free app. Agree. It's a one-time agreement that cannot be rescinded, that lasts in perpetuity. And basically anybody in the quote network, and that includes not just government officials, but these private entities as well, have access to your data. So it's pretty clear. When I heard about this, I was stunned. That's a program like this, sole source contract, not put out to bid. The next phase that's been requested is again, sole source contract, not put out to bid. A system like this with the same company was put into, I believe, North Carolina at a $8 million price tag, as I recall. We're doing the same thing, apparently. Pennsylvania also looked at this. They, on the other hand, put it out to bid. And their contract came back at $2 million. So there seemed to be quite a few questions around this, the kinds of things that I think the legislature is intended to look at and come up with the proper legislative approach, in conjunction with the governor, to implementing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Wallner.
Intent of this amendment included in any legislation that's presently before one of the committees in the House?
Not that I'm aware of.
It seems like the Health and Human Service Committee has been dealing with this in House Bill 601.
As I understand the issue that they've dealt with, it was an issue of opt-in and opt-out of a particular information system. And this is, and based on the input that they got from the department and on that IT system, that there is a concern amongst many in that committee that the department does not have a due respect for an individual's privacy right and to control their personal data. And so in that instance that you're referring to was just one system. This closed loop system is going to interconnect with everything in the department and beyond, as Representative Erf said. So it's something very different than what HHS looked at, and you say 601, I'll believe you.
So wouldn't it be better at this point for the Health and Human Service Committee, since they've already started looking at this? I mean, it might be just one contract, but they're already looking at this. Wouldn't it be better for them to continue their work in this area? I mean, it sounds like this is an issue that needs to have a public hearing, needs to gather a lot more information than what we're going to be able to get here between the 15 of us today.
Right.
20 of us.
So what this amendment does is it basically flags the issue and requires that it go before a House and Senate standing committee over HHS and to the HHS oversight.
Except that what it does is it prohibits the department from expanding any services at this point. So, I mean,
Right.
it does both, but
Right,
it does,
right.
it
It-
also
that-
does prohibit.
That they get to spend the whole 700,000 that they were given on a direct appropriation from the federal government. But to expand beyond that, we need to take a look at it. That's what this amendment says.
Representative Hatch for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is all like hanging undoubtedly vitally important. I think my concern is we're in the 11th inning of our action on a budget bill that's before us. This obviously needs a lot more discussion, a lot more research, and a lot more information provided to those of us that need to vote on something like this. So I would respectfully ask, and be uncharacteristic of me not to be emphatic about something, but maybe it would be prudent for us to withdraw this amendment for right now. I don't understand why we urgently need to address this now. There's going to be tons of opportunity in the very near future to address this appropriately and properly, and maybe we should consider doing that, just that. So I would ask respectfully, if maybe this amendment could be withdrawn, and we could go forward with the business of the day. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else? Representative Erf again. Representative Nordgren, have you got your hand up? I'll come to you next.
With all due
Representative Erf.
respect, the last few points are making the point. This initial contract was entered into without any oversight. They're currently looking to enter into an $8.1 million contract without any further oversight. These are federal dollars coming from the federal government. And we, as legislators, should be able to have some input into what kind of programs are being implemented in the state of New Hampshire. So it is actually imperative that we implement this now. It's not that we're taking anything away from anybody. We're putting in place something to do exactly what has been pointed out here. The legislature should be involved. And all this is doing is saying exactly that. And the Senate would like us to take a position, just as they'd like us to take a position on a variety of things. So they know what the House position is when things get to them. You're absolutely right. When it gets to the Senate, they'll definitely look at it. They may take it out. But they also may say, you know, we need to look into this more deeply, and we need to allow the legislative process to work the way the legislative process is intended to work. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Nordgren.
I didn't have my hand up. Thank you.
Representative Lynn.
Yeah, you know, as I've looked at this language, though, I guess I'm sort of persuaded by one of the comments that was made earlier. It says that there should be no further expansion of the contract in the amount of $700,000. But then when you read the next sentence, the closed loop referral system shall not be made available to or accessible by members of the general public or the department prior to the enactment of legislation. So what if the situation is that, yes, they've entered into this $700,000 contract, but they've only spent $100,000 of it, and there are other people who would want to take advantage of it under the contract? Can they do it or not? I see a sort of section 1 would say, where the first sentence would seem to say, well, maybe they can, but the second sentence would seem to say no, that they can't, that because that would be an expansion. That would be shall be made, no, the closed loop referral system shall not be made available to or accessible. So if I'm the person that's going to get, that would be taking advantage of the contract because it hasn't been fully expended, but I don't take advantage of it, you know, before this law is enacted, can the department offer that to me if it's within the 700,000?
Thank you for the question. I sit here thinking to myself, if only I could find a lawyer to ask about that. But But I'm not a lawyer. This got drafted by OLS at my request, and I had some conditions I was trying to meet. My primary motivator is there's a tremendous amount of power and information, and we're giving up the way this is, the trajectory of this, we're giving up a tremendous amount of insight into our personal lives with this interconnection, as I understand the interconnection. And there has not been any legislative oversight of the closed loop referral system and how it's going to interconnect a network. And so to your specific question, I don't have an answer for you. I'd kind of like to get it into HB2 so that the Senate sees it, so the Senate talks about it, so I could take your question to them and get it refined and resolved. But I'm a privacy advocate, and I just do not like that we're going willy-nilly down a very fast slope towards the end of personal privacy by having the one system connect the entire network together on your master client index. We need to be very careful. We have a duty to check for the people.
Representative Wallner?
Take my mask off here a little bit. Well, what we're doing here today really concerns me because I do believe that this issue has been before one of our policy committees, and that they have had a robust discussion of this, and they have a report coming out, and actually the minority report asked for an amendment that is very similar to what we are seeing before us now. And I think we're trying to do an end run around one of our policy committees. And I think that finance should not be doing that. And I will certainly be voting no on this amendment.
Any further discussion?
I just would want to remind Representative Wallner that this has been coordinated with the chairman of HHS and with the vice chair of HHS and with Representative Salloway from HHS, and they all agree that this has not been the subject of one of their current bills. But it's the same general topic, and I respect your point of view.
Are we ready for the question? Clerk will call the roll on the motion to adopt Amendment 1026H.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Umberger,
Yes.
Representative Turcott,
Yes.
Representative Thaburish,
Yes.
Representative Petrie votes yes. Representative Emmerich,
Yes.
Representative Uriff, Representative Griffin, Representative Edwards,
Yes.
Representative Doucette,
Yes.
Representative Lynn,
No.
Representative Wallner,
No.
Representative Norgren,
No,
Representative Bucco,
No.
Representative Leishman,
No.
Representative Hatch,
No.
Representative Rogers,
No.
Representative Walsh,
No.
Representative Heath, Representative Porter,
No.
Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, we have a 10-10 tie.
nice.
Okay, in the event of a tie, the motion dies. Legislative Budget Assistant, is there any further action to come before the committee today?
No, we just thank you for your work today. We would just ask for the ability to make technical and mechanical changes to reflect the intent of the votes today. And then what we will do is work with OLS to put together House Bill 1 and 2 in official amendment form so that the committee can take a vote on those at a later date.
Are the members all available Wednesday? And with the Legislative Budget Assistant having appreciate having Tuesday to do all your final work.
Sure, whatever works for the committee, we'll be working, whatever you need us to do, we'll make sure that it's done.
Then what I will do is I will recess this hearing until Wednesday at 9. If that works for everybody, those of you that have to take 2 and 3 hour drives, don't have to do one tomorrow. Representative Umberger.
Mr. Chairman,
Wait, I'm listening to Representative Umberger. Representative Umberger? I think that's an excellent suggestion. Who else was calling? Was that Representative Rogers?
yes. Will we be done by noon on Wednesday? I have an appointment in the afternoon, so I was just checking.
Will we be done by noon on Wednesday? I don't think there's all that much to do if we don't have all that much discussion. So I would hope we would be done by noon.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Edwards?
Yes, sir. Could you remind me, did we decide that HB 600 should go on the consent calendar? I don't remember.
Oh. All right. No, there wasn't a motion on the floor. I'm not ready for that yet. Okay. Does anybody have any objection to House Bill 600, which we passed today, being on the consent calendar? I believe we had a unanimous vote. Without objection, it's going on the consent calendar. Thank you. Representative Umberger for a motion.
Sorry, I move that we provide or give the LBA permission to make any technical corrections that are necessary in the completing of HB 1 and HB 2.
Did the LBA understand the motion?
Yes.
Okay, and a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none. You ready for the question? The clerk will call a roll.
Representative Umberger,
Yes.
Representative Turcott,
Yes.
Representative Burrish,
Yes.
Representative Peter votes yes. Representative Emmerich,
Yes.
Representative Earth, Representative Griffin, Representative Edwards, Representative Doucette,
Yes.
Representative Lynn,
Yes.
Representative Wallner, Representative Norgren,
Yes.
Representative Bucco,
Yes.
Representative Leishman, Representative Hatch, Representative Rogers,
Yes,
Representative Walsh,
Yes.
Representative Heath, Representative Porter,
Yes.
Representative Weiler.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the vote is 20-0.
Okay. Vote being 20-0, we have completed our work. We will be back on Wednesday at 9, and hopefully we will have a short day as we review all the work that LBA has done, and we're very grateful to them. And I hope they don't have to work too hard tomorrow to get everything done. And we'll be back on Wednesday morning to do the final touches and be ready to present the following Monday. It will be mainly the committee division chairs that will be doing the presentation to the full house. There'll probably be a lot of questions. Many of the rest of you are interested in coming and observing what the questions will be. You're welcome. At this point, we may be doing it here in the chamber. I'm not sure at this point. We'll have to be talking to the leadership, but my presumption would be that we likely would have this session in here on next Monday, the 5th, when we present to the full house. And there may be a number of people that want to attend in person, so we'll be ready to speak to them as well. So I thank you all for all the dedication and work. This is the toughest committee to be on in the House during budget period. We'll have a little bit of rest next year, maybe. We won't be quite so busy, but we'll have made up for it. So I thank you all for your attendance and your good comments and your questions, because that's the way it works. So we're all working together, as always. We may have disagreements, but we'll do our best to find common ground. Thank you all for attending.
Thank you.